Decathlon India 2024 finals. Our jury members here, all of you who are here today, and those of you who all are streaming online, a very warm welcome to the Educational Building Division presentations. There's a special place for educational buildings in Solar Decathlon India because it is the students reimagining learning environments for themselves. Globally, the COP26 summit set goals to decarbonize schools and develop curricula to create a net zero world. Some entries reflect this broader priorities and direction for educational buildings in India. I am excited to welcome you all to the presentations of the educational building divisions to find out how these teams are future-proofing the educational buildings in India. My name is Dhanashri Mankar and I am the MC for today, and it is my job to keep us all on time. And I'll be really taking this very seriously. Our finalist teams have put in a lot of hard work. They have submitted their project reports about a month ago. And today, these teams will present their work to the jury. The educational building has 3 jury members with expertise in net zero and resilient buildings. We have Surya Kakani, founder and principal of Kakani Associates. Hello, Surya. Next, we have Aarti Nain, energy efficiency specialist at Climate First. We also have with us Karl Wadia, Senior Design Principal at Architect Hafiz Contractor. Unfortunately, Karl couldn't be here today due to a few medical concerns. So now, these jury members, they have had about 3 weeks to review the reports which were already submitted by the teams. They have looked at your work in detail, okay, and have already assessed your entries for the 10 contests of the decathlon. So now teams, your presentations will help them hear your narratives today. They will assess your presentation and your mastery over the solution through a Q&A session. They may revise their scores based on what they hear from you today. So this is your chance. I'm so excited to have you meet the teams today. I'll need to interrupt some people, including you, from time to time to help us stay on track and time. Please don't mind. I'm looking for your support for this. Please keep your comments and questions short and to the point. Okay, ready to begin? Okay, so now we'll start with the presentations. Our first presentation is from team Ecosphere. They have worked on Chirag Public School at Mewat district in Haryana. Okay, so team, I welcome you on stage. So team, you will have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury. At 15 minutes, I'll ring a signal like this. Okay. So you won't have another minute, which means at 20 minutes, I'll stop you and ask you to end your presentations. Okay. After that, we'll have a 10 minutes for a Q&A session. Okay. Please keep your answers very direct and to the point. Clear? Okay, team, the stage is yours. Okay, your time starts now.
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank you, Solar Decathlon India, for this opportunity, especially to my faculties who are unfortunately not here, but they did a lot of hard work on us. Now, we are a team of 15. All are from Jamia Millia Islamia. It's a multidisciplinary team with masters and engineering. We are working on Chirag Public School. It is not just a school, it's a community school. We are developing the whole area in terms of culture, in terms of their economic empowerment. And it is all because of our project partner, Human Welfare Foundation. It's a Delhi-based NGO who works for school developments and scholarships. Now, we are starting with the site. Site have three major issues: climatic issues, sociality issues. With climatic issues, we have it is Mewat. It is semi-arid area. It have a high heat. It have very low rainfall, less than 700 mm, and it experiences water scarcity at a peak. The groundwater is saline, so they cannot use. At the same time, the whole region is poverty stricken. The people are more dependent on their farmlands, and because of rain, again they are in a loop of debt trap and a farm. The secondary occupation they have is of drivers, and still it's not a skill of today's world in the terms of. So compared to the rest of India, if we talk about literacy rate, we have overall 74% and they have 54% and less. So the social issues, if we talk about, they don't have resources, especially in terms of education and in terms of skill centers. They don't have any resources. They are even under 100 kilometers from the Delhi, but the area was in 2018 the most backward district according to Niti Aayog. So the vision of Chirag was to enlighten the whole community and especially to encourage them to send students to the school. We are achieving net positive energy with 18,000. We are receiving net positive energy with 18,000 kilowatts per annum, more than 18,000 kilowatts. We have reduced the carbon footprint by 77%. The net positive water, we are able to give them around 10,000 liters per day back to community, the community which are there in water scarcity, and even the site is not that much. We have made that balance. The design, this was a need because they are NGO. They have to apply the design to many other same climatic zones, many other schools. So we try to keep design instead of a site oriented, a modular design. So in the same climatic conditions that can be applied again in terms of building envelope. Now the comfortable hours, we have 90% hours ventilated and 95% daylight all over. And then for cost estimation, we had this challenge, a big challenge we had, because they cannot afford a lot of things in terms of economy. So we were able to decrease from 10,000 baseline to the 8,000 per square meters. So starting with the concept of Chirag, it is a give and take between the school and the community. The site is a part of a campus, 27-acre campus, which will incorporate many educational buildings, hostels, and other schools like mentally retarded and blind schools. We have a corner site of 2.5 acres for the school. So school was in a way that child will get education, and in construction it was very much sure that the local community will have to be employed. And then we have a vocational training center in the school, because school building becomes useless after some time, like after 2, after 3, after 1 p.m. So we have introduced vocational training center, which was also the project partner do this, especially computer based. And then in exchange, the thing they will go, some revenue will be generated for the school itself. And then we have a community space. If we will have a community space for the school, any community space, it becomes an like if people will come to school, spend some time, they will care it, they will manage it, they have a connect with it. Life increases. The surplus water was main point key in a situation where people are poor. They have to buy water, and we are able to provide them with the surplus waters. Now coming to the form, when we work in energy, the very important thing is envelope. So in this Mewat region, very high radiation was from east and west sides. So we kept the shorter side east-west, and then at the same time it's a school. So we wanted to achieve maximum north light in the classrooms. So the client demand was to put it in grandeur. We have symmetry have a direct relation with grandeur. And then it was further developed into way that it creates a shadow in a lunchtime to the courtyard. Then the site was further developed into 3 parts: the front lawn, the playground, and the central courtyard. Even being a 2.5 hectare site, 2.5 acre site, it have a very balance of spaces. We have a front lawn. Then this is the admin building. The first building comes. Then the central courtyard and the kids courtyard. If you talk about, look, this is a grand entry, and this was the self-shading wall. In Rajasthani culture, they have a texture in the wall, so air can flow and cool down the envelope. So very similar thing was applied. Then all the brick pavings, other than the main grandeur path, was from the second-hand bricks. They have a low carbon embodied, as they are already used in some buildings, and they are cheap. At the same time, if you look at it, this is in school time, this works as a canteen, and later on it becomes a cultural lawn. It have elements, local cultural elements to attract people. And at rooftop we have solar water heaters. They are a part of a radiant cooling system. We have introduced a passive radiant cooling system. Now we have a kids courtyard. The main focus was to keep a kid's psychology at the first priority, and if there is a kid, it should feel that active environment in the courtyard. And semi-shaded assembly spaces. Now there is a stilt area. This stilt area was this is the stilt area. This is a connection between all, and the strongest point of this school is it have a very strong visual connection. In present time, bullying has become a real problem. So there is no negative space. We have tried to avoid negative space as much as possible. And at south side, the area is high termite area. Only 4 are the major trees: neem, kikar, babool. So we have put the kikar trees at the south side. It have a long height, and it will be able to shed it. At the same time, we have at south side, we have angled lowers in a way that in winters we will get the sun, in summers we will not.
Okay, so starting with the distribution of spaces, we have this exploded view explains how the zoning is done. We have divided the spaces vertically. In the ground floor, we have kept the admin area, and right next to the admin area, we have kept the junior wing blocks, so that admin area can keep an eye on the kids as well. Moving forward, this entire area is dedicated for the higher students, like from 9th to 12th, and it is right next to this entire playground area, so that they can interact to them. Yes, we have one more major thing. This is the central axis which passes through the middle of the school. It creates a dynamic effect when you enter inside the school. This is the circulation, how the senior students will interact and use the spaces. This is the moment how junior students will interact and use the spaces, this red area, and this area is dedicated for the vocational people, those who are localites from there. Yes, as already mentioned, all the classrooms receives natural diffused north light. Yes, natural diffused north light, and as we can see, there is a shift in corridor. That highlighted area changes the moment we go from ground floor to first and second floor. This has a very crucial role when it comes to the shading devices. So we have created a buffer zone in the south zone by introducing corridors. So this is the typical layout of the classroom. This is the typical layout of the classroom, where we have mentioned that wall to window ratio is 20%. It creates a stack effect. This is the stack effect, where hot air rises up and cool air settles down. So it is the flow, and that's how it receives the natural sunlight. Yes. So that's what I was talking about. This is the role. This is the role of corridors, like there is a change in color. We have placed corridors interchangeably. So in ground floor, we have corridors towards the courtyard, but the moment we go to the first and second floor, corridor shifts towards the south block so that we can create a buffer zone for them. Yes.
Thank you, Shazib. As our site is located in a seismic zone 4, so we have to be very conscious about our structure design. We have provided expansion joint at a regular interval. We have provided expansion joint at a regular interval to our staircases, because the staircase work as the escape routes during hazardous situations. And our school is a resilient structure also, so its structure cannot be compromised. So we were very conscious regarding the structural integrity of our school. Here we have provided the structural details of the plinth level and at beam plinth level and at different floor slab levels. That is the StatPro software's analysis of our seismic analysis, and this is a bending moment diagram we have shown for our structure system. For the fenestration part, we have introduced thermochromic smart glasses, which responds to the direct heat of the sunlight. It changes its tint from lighter to darker, reducing the heat gain without compromising the brightness of the interior spaces. Here we have incorporated solar heater on the rooftops for the need of hot water systems and the radiant heating system during winters. In the diagram, we have shown how our ceiling have been incorporated with copper coils through which water will be looped. For the summers, the underground water tank will act as a heat sink, and for the winters, the solar heater will act as a heat source. In that part, we have shown is through a schematic diagram how the water flow will work and reduce the temperature of our internal spaces. During summers, the underground water will act as a heat sink, and water will be looped through classes. And during the winter, the solar heater will act as a heat source. Here I have explained how the worker tower that we have incorporated in our design will have a functioning of its water collection. The water that will be collected through the mesh of the worker tower will be filtered via the pit that is available below the ground, and it will be stored underground. And through the pump system, this whole water will be pumped on the rooftops, and the plumbing system that we have incorporated in our design and in our site, the water will be channeled through that.
Okay, so this is our very first innovation that we have introduced. This is a worker tower. It's an innovation design incorporated to address the issue of water scarcity. And this is entirely made up of bamboo, and there is a polyester mesh inserted in the entire structure, and that mesh helps to collect and absorb the water. The water flows down to this chamber under the influence of gravitational force. No mechanism or active measure has been used for that, and right after that, this treated water, transferred to the storage tank where it is filtered, and then it is transferred to the communities where it can be distributed. Yes, this is our second innovation, which is Zyapit. It's basically a pit which is that can be done in anywhere in the ground. It is generally in our site. Basically, we have created a 2 meter radius of Zyapits. It receives rainfall and it collects it, and we have created a canal where it can rest of the water can be accumulated there, and we can send that water to the eco-friendly STPs. So this is our second and last one is the hybrid innovation, in which we have incorporated, rather than relying on the solar panel only, we have incorporated a hybrid system in which we are using solar panel and tulip turbine as well. So it can be done in windy season and in the sunny days as well. Yes.
Coming to the energy performance, we have used passive design strategies to reduce the thermal load and to enhance the daylighting. First, we have oriented the building in a way that the longer face facing the north-south direction, so that so that the thermal load is reduced, as well as the maximizes the north lighting. We have kept the we have kept the corridor on the south side so that it reduces the direct heat gain on main spaces such as classrooms. We have kept the west side of the corridor open so that it captures the predominant.
Thank you, team. Your team did a good job. So now let's hear the jury's comments. We'll start with Aarti first.
Thank you. Thank you so much, team. Wonderful presentation and a wonderful attempt. First and foremost, let me congratulate you for choosing this site. I know Mewat is really a backward area and it needs these kind of institutions if it is to flourish and move beyond. Coming to the design part, I think the concepts that you have applied for the design are quite good, and the energy part of it, you were saying you have achieved an EPI of 20.
27.
20? 19. So it's better than the 10 that you mentioned in the report last.
Yeah,
EPI of 10 is
like we have
19.
the COP value provided was wrong, so we
Okay.
corrected that and ran the
So my
solution.
question is, with an EPI of 19, which is excellent if it can be achieved, why do you need to put so many RE systems on this site? You could have become net zero with much less RE systems on the site, which would have reduced the capex, right? Because I mean, the chances of being able to exchange electricity power generated on site with the grid, which you are saying, if I'm not wrong, is weak. The grid is weak in this part, so that comes into the play. So, and some of the systems, like for example, the wind turbine, these are very expensive systems, and I think you yourself have mentioned that this is a backward area. So the money that you're spending on these advanced systems could have been put elsewhere, maybe on expansion of the project or other things. So that is something that you must definitely look at. Also, the landscaping part of it, I think some of the solutions are the kika trees. If I'm not wrong, kika doesn't allow other plants and trees to grow that easily, kind of.
Yes,
Yeah. So that you have to be careful about proposing such solutions. It might just kill every other vegetation on the site. So that is there. Assemblies, I'm not clear, so I have this question. Assembly and the radiant system. Again, I'm coming back to the affordability of the project. With radiant systems, the costs typically go up compared to a conventional building, and yet you are saying you have achieved this highly affordable.
There is one thing in radiant cooling system, like in base radiant cooling systems, they use chillers. Okay, it's a capital cost. They use other machineries. What we just want relative temperature to decrease and relative temperature to increase.
But would you be able to achieve that using underground water tanks?
Like we know that soil and water are sink, and Mewat is in condition that they have deep water tanks. They cannot put many water tanks on the roof, so the lengthy coils can be run.
Did you model that?
Yes.
I don't think that's there. It was in your energy model, that delta.
That
delta you would be able to achieve with using underground water tank water. I don't think.
Okay, ma'am.
I don't think it was modeled in there. So that's my. Yeah. And in the assembly, you mentioned you're using both CSEBs and AAC blocks. So how is that like distributed across the project?
Come to the plan.
And would you need both? I mean, why do you need both the materials in your assemblies? Was there a certain reason?
Yeah, ma'am. I will explain it. And due to high thermal radiations on the south and eastern and western facade, I have incorporated. Our team has decided to incorporate AAC double layer brick wall with cellulose insulations in between, so the thermal radiation could be reduced. And at the same time, we have to cater the affordability of our project. So we opted for the CACB block for the internal partitions and on the north facade. At the same time, because we can create those bricks at our site.
Another reason was, ma'am, we had to balance the carbon also. Like we were getting CACB at very close, and it was somehow locally made. We are giving even we can train locals with that, and The self-shading wall was more practical with the CSEB brick because of its size. And eastern radiation and western radiations are high, as we have shown in the report analysis.
So that's why we opted for the AC for the south and eastern and western facades.
Yeah, sorry. Can you just repeat the cost was that square feet or square meters? And what is it?
Cost affordability wala part.
Yeah, what is the actual final cost? Earlier you had 80,000, I think.
Yes, sir?
80,000?
No, 80,000 is way less.
So what is the cost actually?
The total
per
cost
square meter or
AIC
square
we
feet?
have mentioned in the report.
What have you just, I think you mentioned something right now also.
It is square meters, like we divide the total cost with the built up area.
Yeah, what is that?
This one, na? This one, na?
Yeah.
Sir, like we have a baseline cost.
Correct.
When we don't consider designing, we
Right,
just
so your proposed is 8,000 square meter, 8,000 rupees a square meter, right? Which is about, yeah, which is very, very less if you're looking at the kind of stuff that you're actually putting up in your building. It's working. So I think that's something that you may want to
look at it.
yeah, relook at in terms of the costings of the building, because that is a very key, and I think some of the other issues have been mentioned about the kind of place that you're working in. Now, then coming to CSCB again, I'll just take up that. CSCB is heavy in loading, right? And it is not as good in as much as AAC if you're already using
AAC is
AAC,
very light in
right?
compared to
So you may want to rethink that again in terms of insulation as well as lightweight structurally. So both ways it is, since you're taking a typical RCC structure, if you were not, if it was a load bearing system of 2 or 3 floors, which actually your building could have been, if you had used CACB, you could have used it for 2 or 3 floors. So any idea why you would want not to have gone for that?
Yes, sir. Like we already, the Mewat is an area which have only Delhi as a source for any material, or there is a Sohna, a small city. So if we go for any material, there was a lot of material all over India, but it was coming with carbon emission because of its transportation. So it became a big load on us to incorporate any the type of material which should decrease carbon at every level. Structure was one point, but at the same time carbon was another point, and thermal, the envelope, if envelope get heated, like the U values are very different in terms of AAC block, and if we have to work on AAC block, we will have to put cellulose and all. It increases labor cost, it increases overall skill things. So in this case, brick way, we can achieve that thing.
So, because carbon, if you're talking of carbon, you'd be actually getting your RCC and your cement and
in
your
RCC
AAC.
also we have
you would have got it from...
ACC Eco Green Max concrete. There's a ready mix concrete manufactured
Yeah,
by
but
the
these are
ACC
all
company.
coming from the cement industry, right? Versus your CSCB block. So if you are either going in for a pure RCC construction, then you would want to look at it in a certain way. And if you're looking at the CSCB, you would probably take advantage of the CSCB totally and actually reduce your RCC totally quite a lot, except in maybe horizontal slabs. This is just a point. Can you tell us something about the Varka? Because what you had actually mentioned, it gives some 40 liters. In fact,
it
we
gives
calculated.
more than that, sir.
But
It gives
it actually, when you do the calculations,
sir, we had done calculations in report, water calculations.
if you look at the humidity, if you look at
the worker towers work in a way that when we have a wind, it should be perpendicular to the wind direction.
but it should have humidity.
And it should have humidity months.
And high
After
condensation.
humidity months, it don't work with the efficiency. So we can just dismantle it. We can remove the layer.
So I think there are calculations that you need to do in terms of your weather chart. What are the
we
level?
had done, sir. We
Well, what we calculated based on that, it came to 40 liters based on
40
and 40 liters for the kind of effort that you put up, whether it is worth, and then you're going to store the water. You also have huge tanks for storage of water.
So we were trying to incorporate the storage with the same grid, like same storage for both of them. A very simple local storage, because 40 liters is not a big size. We
No,
were
it's not for
expecting
Varka,
100.
but generally you seem to have a huge storage tank again, which also didn't seem to fit with this logic. So one was wondering, because you're actually increasing your capex for everything that you put in.
Because, sir, we already had an option of atmospheric water generators, but that was very like capex will increase, opex will increase. But Varka was we can engage the local community. Like 3 Varkas are there in the school, but once the technology enters the area, it will spread out. It can be made very simply, like anyone can learn, anyone can make.
So one good thing that I thought in the design of your architectural design of your project was about the way you shifted the corridors. Though one wonders, since it is only a small building in terms of 3 floors, if there were other iterations before you took up this particular iterations of making a concrete building, because it isn't a very large project. We're talking of a very backward area. So the kind of skills that may be available to build this kind of building would be another challenge, which is anyway not part of your brief right now. But these are just important things to keep in mind.
Yes, sir, we will.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, team Ecosphere. Now we'll just take a 5 minutes and get ready for the next presentation.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so our second presentation is from Team Green Nexus. They have worked on the Metropolitan University at Soga in Alibag, Maharashtra. Okay, team, you can come up on stage. Team, you will have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury. At 15 minutes, I'll ring a signal like this. Okay? Which means at 20 minutes, I'll ask you to stop, okay, and end your presentation. After that, we'll have a 10 minutes of Q&A session. Okay? Keep your answers direct and to the point. The stage is yours.
With the rising CO2 emissions as well as the rising temperatures, it has become a necessity to move towards sustainable practices and sustainable alternatives for a safe future. Good morning to the jury and everyone present here. We are Team Green Nexus, consisting of 8 students from VS College of Architecture and VS Institute of Technology from Chembur, Mumbai. We are grateful for our faculty and the judges to helping us throughout this journey. We are designing for a project for Hiranandani Constructions Private Limited along with the industry partners Green Jams and EcoSTP. The site is located in Sogaon, Alibag in the warm and humid climate. The total site area is around 75,000 square meters, from which we are proposing a design for the first phase of construction for 14,000 square meters. To begin with the site study, we studied the issues with the site, the context, as well as the users. What were the users' needs? What did the students want to enhance their learning experience? And also, what are the design spaces that we can provide to tackle these issues? To begin with the designing, we had 2 major goals in our mind. First was to create a social interactive space and promote leadership, while the second was to achieve a net zero energy, water and carbon environment. We have achieved an EPI of 35 kilowatt hour per square meter per year, which gives us with a net positive energy campus, and it is a 60% reduction from the ECBC base case. The carbon emissions, the carbon emission reduction is of 121%, by which we have achieved a net negative carbon environment, and we have achieved a 45.33% reduction in the total water consumption from the NBC base case. To begin with the form development of the building, once we studied the site, we found out that the prevailing wind directions of the site were from the southeast of the site. And while keeping in mind that the site is located just 3 kilometers away from the, it will be all right if I keep it down. While keeping in mind that the site is located just 3 kilometers away from the beach, we noticed that we were having 2 prevailing wind directions daily that were from the southwest during the high tides and from the northeast during the low tides. So we tried to create a venturi effect inside the building that gives us with 2 bigger openings at the southwest as well as the northeast. We have further given many passive design strategies, which include a water body that cools down the ambient air which is entering into the site from the prevalent wind directions. As well as we have introduced an innovation at the fenestration level, which will be further explained in the slides. For the orientation of the building, we have kept in mind 2 major properties, which is mutual shading as well as the daylighting aspect of the site. We have achieved a 30-degree orientation of the arts and science block, while for the commerce block, we have done a 45-degree orientation. These were achieved by the daylight simulations that we did for the design. For the landscape, we have made sure that all our pathways which lead into the site are completely shaded with the existing trees and the trees that are to be planted. We have made sure that the trees that are planted are in alignment with its context. As well as for the site drainage, we have made sure that the bioswales and etc. They help in the stormwater management at site level. The major design philosophy for our team was to emphasize on harmony with its natural surroundings. We have also given north light truss roofs, as you can also see in the model, for all the classrooms. And for the lower floors, we have given light shelves on the southern direction so that indirect light still enters into the classrooms. Also, we studied that the major contextual architectural style was of traditional Konkani architecture. So we tried to blend our building into that context as well.
Good morning, everyone. So moving forward with the innovation of the design, the the classroom desks seamlessly transition to the hospital beds when there is a need in crisis, and the scheduled opening are such that there has inlets and outlets which are managed, and the inlets are inlets are smaller in size, where the prevailing wind, according to the prevailing wind, then we have pervious concrete blocks to aiding in the groundwater, to the groundwater. And then we have food waste disposer in canteen, as it is further used in fertilizer and biogas for the cooking. And the eco club is where one has to plant and in further years, upcoming years, have to take care of it. And the breathable uniforms, as it has considered the CLO value of it, and it is crafted. Next, the Green Nexus app, it is integrated with the BMS and IoT and BMS integration, where it helps to optimize the interaction between the students. And the school is cycle friendly, as it improves the health and well-being of the students. Thank you.
For the energy, we have achieved a net positive energy status. To achieve that, the proposed design has majorly focused on these three aspects, that is passive designing, efficiency and active strategies. As mentioned earlier, we achieved the reduction in heat load, which resulted in reduction in cooling load of the building through passive strategies majorly. After that, we have used and referred the ECBC plus U values that were mentioned for warm and humid climate to achieve a optimum envelope, that is wall assembly, roof assembly, as well as the flooring assembly. We have mentioned a dehumidifying air conditioning system. These are the U values. In the proposed design, we have 30% wall to window ratio, but in the north facade, we are having up to 60% ratio for inviting maximum daylighting into the classrooms. The renewable energy sources that we have on the site include the solar panels as well as wind turbines. From the spread out ground coverage, as you can see in the model as well, the ground coverage of the building is at least 60% of the total site area. That gives us with a expanded roof area for the solar panel installation. We are achieving the total energy consumption through our solar panels itself, and then the wind turbines also help us with excess energy generation for the microgrid purpose that we have proposed. The conditioning system is explained in short here. It takes the ambient air from the environment. Then we have used a liquid desiccant dehumidifier, which is calcium chloride, to dehumidify the air. Then the air is sent to an indirect evaporative cooling system, which then cools down the dehumidified air, and then the cooled down dehumidified air is supplied to all the classrooms and occupied areas through ducts. For the microgrid, we have contacted with the three educational institutions which are located within an radius of 5 kilometers from our site. And while talking to the localites, we came to know that there is a problem of 24-hour load shedding every once a week in the region. So we counted down and noted down the energy that was required for each of these institutions to work at the bare minimum electrical appliances throughout the day, so that none of these institutions will stay not workable in these situations, and then connected these with our solar and wind turbine generative renewable energy systems, so that we have an harmony in the energy generation as well.
To achieve net positive water status, we first started by reducing the water demand from 45 liters per day to 20 liters per day by using low efficient appliances from companies like Parryware and Jaguar. We reduced the consumption per day for 3,000 people during the normal scenario by 65%. at times of resilience, we reduce the consumption per day by 58%. We have included showers. We have considered showers during the times of resilience. We have used efficient treatment systems like EcoSTP to treat our wastewater. The process goes like the wastewater goes in the rumen biodigester filters, then the water from the rumen biodigester filter goes in the plant biofilter, then the water gets disinfected in the ozonizer, thus the water is safe to use. We are using the treated wastewater for our landscaping and the flushing. During the rainy days, the domestic water demand will be satisfied by the treated rooftop water, whereas during the non-rainy days, the domestic water demand will be satisfied by the borewell water, which will be treated by the carbon filters. We will be recharging surplus rainwater during the rainy season by filtering it with bioswales. So we are using the borewell water. We shall be using treated wastewater for the structural cooling, whereas we will be using we shall be using borewell water for the indirect evaporative cooling. This is the consumption and generation diagram, where we can see that the total consumption is less than the use of the total harvested and the total recycled water, thus achieving the net positive status. Alibag has a consistent history when it comes to natural disasters. So our aim was to tackle three things: natural disasters, unforeseen situations, and building performance. Since natural disasters can't be avoided, our goal was to be less vulnerable and more prepared. When we talked to the local people in the Sogav village, we found out that they faced power, water and food scarcity for 4 to 5 days after the Taukte and the Nisarg cyclone, which hit the Raigad belt 3 to 4 years ago. Some of the strategies to make our building more resilient was culinary farming, shaded areas, breakout spaces, channeling winds, elevated storage water tanks, multi-purpose spaces and multiple entries. The proposed building is a frame structure which can withstand earthquake due to its stability and strength. With a 900 mm plinth, the structure is raised on stilt to avoid waterlogging. There are drinking water dispensers on frequent intervals, keeping in mind the rising heat waves. We have designed flexible spaces and convertible furniture, keeping in mind the unforeseen situations. After the StatPro analysis for deflection, we found out that the proposed building satisfies IS 1893 to 2016 for earthquake resistance. We have used non-flammable and fire-resistant materials like agrogreed blocks. We have included bioswales and retention tanks in the landscape to prevent waterlogging. Our building acts as a community shelter for resilience, which can cater up to 1,500 people at a time and can give 5 days of autonomy for food, water and energy. We have proposed culinary farming for food resilience.
So moving on to the engineering and operations section, we have come up with a pioneering initiative, that is the Green Nexus app. And what will this Green Nexus app actually consist of? It will first consist of the monitoring of energy and water consumption. So we'll integrate the smart energy meters and the water meters and smart sensors with it. Next, all the important messages and notices will be provided on the app itself. Then we have the HVAC smart lighting and security system controls, wherein you can adjust the room temperature, lighting, etc. Then the student attendance monitoring system will be streamlined through RFID tags and biometric sensors. The GPS monitoring system for school bus location is an important feature for the parents to know where the school buses are at that point. Then the access to educational resources. So anything that the faculty members would post on our app will be accessible to the students anytime. Then the room availability checking and the cycle booking are some of the additional features. Then we have a about this building section, which is a user manual that highlights the do's and don'ts of every system. And this would be used by these major 5 roles, that is the administrators, faculty, students, maintenance staff, and the security staff. Then for the coming on to the structural design, waffle slabs are used because the span is more than 12 meters. Then the expansion joint is provided in the arts and science block, as the building exceeds 60 meters and an expansion joint is structurally placed after every 30 meters. The inorganic and organic waste is calculated by considering the footfall of 3000. These are the detailed working drawings.
For health and well-being, the mental and the physical wellness, there are breakout spaces and outdoor spaces which are infused with natural daylight. And for the hygiene being the priority of the design, the canteen's kitchen has installed a food waste disposer and to compost it, and later it is used as fertilizer and biogas for cooking. Later, this is the CFD and daylight analysis, where the velocity of the wind is velocity of the wind is considered, and the daylight with the orientation of the design. Next, we have embodied, where the construction optimization of the construction is the priority, and the walls are the main structural material, that is the agrocrete hollow blocks. We have made it on the site, where it decreases the emission by 95%, and the overall reduction is 121%, that is net negative. So these are the evidences for our net negative status.
The base construction cost of our project was 34 crores, which we further reduced it to 31 crores. The strategies, some of the strategies to reduce the capex was using the locally available materials, reducing the construction time as we are using the agrogrid blocks, optimizing building heights in foundation cost as we are using the isolated footing. Some of the strategies to reduce the OPEX is using energy efficient equipments, using high durable and less maintenance materials, optimizing electric bill through zero state electric consumption, and optimizing water bill through zero municipal water consumption. The main USP of our design is our design in itself. We aim to not only create a good building, but also to create a good society. Our campus is a safe and secure campus with our campus is cycle friendly. We have designed breathable uniforms for the users. Our campus incorporates crafts of local artisans. The daylight optimization and proper ventilation is taken care to achieve thermal comfort. Our building is multi-resistant, resilient to flood, earthquake, heat waves, fire. We have also achieved net positive water status as well as for energy. We have reduced 121% total carbon footprint, which is in negative.
So a user guide is provided for maintaining the excellence and the best practices in the educational institution. So it will consist of a eco club initiative wherein at least one classroom has to plant at least one tree. Then incentives and credits would be given as a token of appreciation for planting the trees. Then using of appliances effectively so that the energy consumption is minimized. Then try cycle friendly tracks so that it reduces the carbon emissions and encourages a healthy lifestyle. Then the waste is to be collected in different dustbins so that it helps in the sustainability efforts towards the building. So at the end, I would like to say that I hope that our project is an example for future net zero inventions. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Nexus. That was an insightful presentation and you finished right on time. Now let's hear the jury's comments and take questions from them. So Surya, I'll start with you.
Congratulations, and glad that you guys made it here. It's quite a commendable effort in terms of the way you organized your site plan and the way you distributed buildings, except that one of the blocks is a bit crowded on one side, the others are pretty easily located. So one wonders why the site plan suddenly had to become extremely tight on one side. That's something that you must look at. The other important thing is that you've given a very interesting water plan. I mean, when you're explaining on the map here, it's well thought out, and the larger ideas, and just like everyone else, you have all of them in place, so you're like ticking all the boxes. But what is important, I think, is when you're trying to express and it's first let me commend you that you actually have gone ahead and made a model of the building. It becomes very easy for everybody to visualize what you're trying to say. What is important is, as much as the ideas are important, it would have been nice to see a site plan which actually shows how the water is like a swale. If you're saying a swale, how does the swale affect the design of your project? Is there something that maybe we haven't seen and you have done? Would you like to tell us something about that? Or is it a swale was an idea and the water was an idea and these are the thoughts?
Yes, it was an idea. We don't have it on the site plan demarcated.
Yeah, because these are large landscape moves and they can actually affect the way you organize. And it would be a wonderful potential, especially given that you have disjointed buildings. And in fact, you would have avoided your construction joint had you just separated them further.
Yes.
Yeah, so that you would want to also tell us a little bit about I think it's very interesting that who do you think that software would be useful for? There was a small app, that you're making.
So, sir, the app will be helpful to everybody who is working in that educational institution. So, for example, if I'm a student of that institution and if I want to access any of the course that I have missed earlier, so I can just view the content that has been posted by the faculty members after the lectures, because we also do care about the attendance. So, after the lecture, if it is being posted, the students can access it. Other thing is the administrators, because it can streamline the administrative tasks and the operations that need to be conducted in the educational institution. The security personnel, especially because the CCTVs would be integrated. So it could be a problem of a blind spot somewhere wherein the security cameras are not implemented. So the security personnel can access that through the app as well. So, and like the various rules.
Thank you. Just one final comment. There are two things. You showed us images about the clothes. I think it's a very important thing. I think Japan has actually changed their whole culture from actually now allowing people not to wear suits to the office, and they have been able to reduce 2 degrees on the HVAC systems. And so it's a very important effort, especially that we are all getting into that zone. But the images that you showed were of, and you're working in Alibag, and people were wearing sweaters on that image. So you want to be very clear. You should actually show what kind of clothing. If you're talking about clothing, just don't say clothing. Go the whole hog and say what kind of a dress. Would it be a loose kurta or would it be a t-shirt? Would it be maybe Bermudas? I don't know. Just because it is on the sea, it's high humid. So you should suggest the whole hog, not just say. It's an idea, but idea needs to be expanded. And the embodied energy aspect, I think you're saying you're zero. You're like even 95. Earlier when we were looking at that time, it was 95. You were saying it was difficult to believe that. How can anything be zero embodied? Are you going to buy some big forest where you're going to sequester your carbon?
Sir, for the walls, we are using agrocrete hollow blocks, right? We are making it on site. That's why the emission goes up to 95%. It itself goes to 95%, and later with all the wall roofs and flooring material,
So there is no steel in the building?
Sorry?
There's no steel in the building?
There is steel. The structural material, which is, is considered in it. The columns and beam.
Also, one more point, that the embodied carbon of one agrocrete block itself is in negative values. That's why we were getting those numbers when we added the total weight of the agrocrete block, which had a negative value of embodied carbon.
So the agrocrete is also in the slab?
Walls.
Only walls?
Yes, only walls.
So I think if you look at the volume of walls to slab and columns, and I think there's a calculation that you may want to relook at. It wouldn't definitely be positive on carbon. Rarely is anything positive unless you end up buying a forest. Yeah. All the best.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Good job.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay. I'm going to repeat Mr. Kakani's comments. Very good job, and congratulations on making it to the final stage. About the design, I think you seem to have cracked the code. My one question is, what's the wind direction? As I'm looking at the model, it's like this, or it's coming from this other direction?
It is from southwest and the northeast. So the north is over, as you can see, the north light trusses directing, that is the north. And sorry. This is the southwest direction. This is the northeast direction.
I have a hunch you might be missing the wind in this. I think you'll have very good wind movement in that corridor that has been created, but not inside the spaces. Huh? Yeah, your building must have faced the wind direction. Right now, the internal courtyard kind of space that has created is the one where you'll have very good breeze, I think, but the classrooms, I'm doubtful. Moving beyond that, the app is a very good solution, but I'm not sure how it adds to the sustainability aspect. The controls add to the sustainability, I agree, but app by itself, they don't. Within innovation, I think you were going in the right direction with those Tetra Pak furniture, if it's still there, but it would be actually good to know how you're going to convert the Tetra Paks into the furniture. That should, I think, is a detail that you should start looking at.
Yes.
Same for the window opening. How are you going to, is it manually operated? If it's not manually operated, what is the schedule and what is the joinery details?
We don't have the joinery details yet, but we had figured out that it will be working on a motorized system, which will be inputted with the schedule of the high tides and low tides, so that it will create the proportions of the inlets and outlets will be managed such that the inlets are smaller in size as compared to the outlets, so that the velocity of the air inside the classrooms will be maintained, so that we can achieve a comfortable hour in the humidity.
Yeah.
Yes.
But doing that, believe me, will be very difficult. Joinery details are seldom easy. Microgrid. Who's going to invest in the microgrid? And do you have the permission from the surrounding sites? Do they want to participate in this microgrid?
We don't have the permissions yet, but this was a proposal from our side that can be included into the design, or else we still have a further expansion to the site which will also be an educational campus, so that can also be connected to the site generation. We tried to generate as much as renewable energy that can be generated on our site, so that the further energy can be passed on to the ones in needs.
I mean, typically, if you are so strongly saying that there will be a microgrid, then you must have the permissions ready, and it seemed a little vague to me. In terms of annual energy performance, I'm still not clear. What is your annual energy use? Not the EPI, but the use. It's okay, Now coming to the energy, the comfort systems, you have proposed a radiant cooling, you have proposed an indirect evaporative, we have proposed splits, and you have modeled VRVs. What all are you using in this site? Can you tell us?
There was a jumble in the reports. We also noticed that with your comments on the D4. So for the faculty used areas, which are the admins, staff rooms, and the principal office conference, we are proposing split ACs. VRV is not in the picture right now. Then for all the other occupied areas, which are the classrooms and labs, we are proposing the dehumidified and indirect evaporative cooling, while the radiant cooling or the structural cooling is present throughout the structure.
I could be wrong here, but I think if you have an indirect evaporative cooling system, there would be a dehumidification system, subsystem within that. So probably you might not need that separate liquid.
Okay.
Desiccant, whatever, maybe. Depends, but probably the humidity at the site is such that you need this additional system. And you're proposing that you'll be using rainwater, harvested rainwater in the radiant cooling system? That was mentioned somewhere in the report, is that correct?
No, we will be using treated wastewater for the structural cooling, whereas for the indirect evaporative cooling, we will be using borewell water, because indirect evaporative cooling will be used for the summers, but
So probably you need to look at the use of, you said treated water for radiant system. My question comes back again to the previous team, the delta T. The delta T that you might achieve, the cooling effect that you might achieve with just water which is coming from the treatment plant may not be able to give you the kind of cooling, and you will be investing a lot in this system. Radiant cooling is not cheap, it is expensive, and if you are yet not able to achieve the kind of cooling that you are targeting, then the system may be a little redundant. So you have to model that delta T. What is the kind of cooling you're achieving with the radiant system? It's worth it or not worth it? And my last question is, I think you have suggested filler slabs, right? Have you considered how you'll be integrating the radiant cooling system with the filler slab? I did not see that. I think I might be wrong, but probably the filler slab detail, the construction details that you're looking at right now may not be able to support the radiant cooling system at all. So you need to revisit that particular aspect. But overall, a good design, I must say. Thank you. And the costs, I agree with Mr. Kukani. I think you need to revisit those as well. Thank you.
Thank you, jury members. Thank you, Team Nexus. So now we'll be taking a short 15 minutes tea break. Tea will be served right outside the hall. And folks online, please stay tuned and support your upcoming teams after the break. Thank you. Okay, welcome back to the presentations of Educational Building Division. Now we'll start with our third presentation. The presentation is from Team Jason Up. They have worked on Roseneal School at Mira Bhandar in Maharashtra. Okay, you can come up on stage, team. Okay, so team, I'll repeat the things. Now you will have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury members. 15 minutes, I'll ring a bell like this. Okay. Not another minute, which means at 20 minutes, I'll stop you and ask you to end your presentation. After your presentation, we'll have a Q&A session with the jury members for about 10 minutes. Okay, are you ready? Yeah. Okay, the time starts now.
Hello. Good morning to one and all. We are Team Jasonop and we are here to present our team's project, that is Roseneal School. So the site is located in the suburbs of Mumbai, and the image shows how educational institutions in Mumbai used to be vast and used very large spaces. But due to the surge in population in urban areas, land availability has become scarce. In response, our project adopts a vertical approach, maximizing space efficiency. Here, this is the location of the site, that is in Mira Bhandar, and this map shows the settlements beside the site and the paddy fields that are present here. Later. As earlier mentioned, the site is located in Bhandar, Mumbai, Mumbai suburbs. The site has hot and humid climate with minimum temperature of 21 degrees Celsius and maximum temperature of 39 degrees Celsius. The site area is 943.4 square meter and permissible built-up area is 2,707 square meter. And the site is accessible by major cities such as Mumbai, Bhiwandi and Palghar. The vertical design not only conserves land but also promotes sustainability. Here you can see we have given urban farming to the rooftop. Then this is the south facade where we have added the solar panels. Then the curtains that are been added to the south side of the project. And you can see the classroom that is to the north side of the project that has the large windows and the play area. Now these are the goals and 10 goals and strategies that we are looking up to. That is, first is the energy performance, the water performance, embodied carbon resilience, innovation, value proposition, energy and operation, architectural design, affordability, and health and well-being. Now coming to the architectural design, this is a shoebox model where you can see the sun path, and there you can see the distribution of flows, how we have distributed the flows. And here we have cut the mass from between to give a slick look and also for the circulation.
All right, so let's have a look at the site. So the school has outdoor amenities such as badminton court with sitting areas, kids play area, garden spaces and two-wheeler parking. And the site features landscaping in 2 different areas. One is at the ground level and in the site, and then urban farming at the terrace level. And so the grouping of plants is done as per water needs, so that we don't end up using too much amount of water for plants. And xeriscaping is done so that it acts as a bioswale. And landscaping has been integrated with moisture sensors And we have tried to minimize the bituminous areas in the site and include more of Mother Earth. And local and indigenous plants and vegetation has also been introduced in the landscaping areas. And grasscrete paver tiles towards this region. It is used to allow the percolation of water, better percolation of water. And talking about the structure, it is oriented in the east-west direction with the passages along the windward southern side, so as to block the direct entry of sunlight into the classrooms. Whereas the classrooms are oriented towards the northern direction, which allows diffused glare-free sunlight to enter the classrooms throughout the day. And next is the terrace floors, and it consists of paddle pools towards the northwest part. And the rest of the terrace, we have done urban farming there. And there are solar panels present on the urban terrace.
So for the energy performance, our main aim was to reduce the energy as much as possible, energy usage as much as possible with the help of passive design strategies. So if you look towards the graph that is on the upper side, so it depicts the blue part is the IMAC comfort zone, which is around 29 degree maximum, 29.5 degree maximum. And the red zone is the part which is the, our design gets uncomfortable for the users. So to reduce the uncomfortability and to achieve that goals, we are using other active strategies to reduce that. And here we can see how we are using the lux levels to see the proper uses of daylighting and other things. So the average comes out to be around 350 of the lux inside the classrooms, and it can be further increased with the help of the light shelves. And in the passages also it is well lit, around 600 to 700 lux level. And if it increases, so we have used our fins over there to reduce and enhance also. Okay. So in our baseline design, the materials which were used were bricks, single glazed and concrete and all. But in the proposed design, we are reducing the U values also. We are using CSAB blocks with 150 mm thickness and internal plaster. Also for the windows, we are using double glazed windows, which will also reduce the U value. And then for the roofing and flooring, we are using for the roofing, we are using the concrete RCC filler slabs, and for the flooring, we are using the recycled slate tiles, which is located nearby.
Next comes the energy consumption. So the GRIA benchmark says the EPI should be 75, and we targeted for the educational building is the 38 EPI. So the loads we see here is the lighting load, which we have reduced because of the passive strategies which have taken care of. The lux level, because of the light shelves we have used, the classroom is well lit. So the lighting load has been reduced. Next comes the ventilation load. Also the cross ventilation is properly oriented accordingly to the wind direction. Because of that, the ventilation load is also has been reduced. Because of that, the loads, all loads has been reduced. From that, we come to the conclusion of the EPI of 20.55. We have achieved the target EPI, which we have considered 38. We have come less than the targeted EPI. The total load which we calculated was the 48,581, and the total built-up area was 2,364. We come with the conclusion of 20.55. Next, the consumption which we shown last slide, 48,000 was the consumption which we have the load, which we have. So to achieve that load, we have provided the solar panels at the roof, and also the southern facade, which we have the fire lift at the southern facade. So the southern part of the building are the paddy fields. So there is no construction which is going to happen furthermore. Because of the DP we have seen in the Mira Road, Bhinder area is the paddy field. So the provision of solar panels at the southern facade is feasible at that site. So the total generation of our solar is the 52,000. So we have achieved that net positive. Next comes the water consumption. So the consumption of educational building has the per person for 45 liter per day. So this is the total calculation which we got from the baseline calculation of 45 liter per day per person. We have 1,000 users in our educational building. Next, we have achieved from the efficient fixtures we have used, like pressure regulations, dual flush fixtures, low flow fixtures, which reduces maximum requirement of the water consumption. We come with the conclusion of 18.7 liter per day per person, which reduces our baseline case to proposed case to the 41.6%. Next is the generation of water. From the rainfall calculation which we have done, we come with the conclusion of 1.21 lakh per day from the rainwater, and it goes to, from the calculation total, we come to the conclusion 50% has been reduced because of the generation and the consumption. Next, we have also used the sequence batch reactor SBR system in the STP, which will also treat the water which we are having, like black water and grey water. So almost 85% of the total black water which we release daily, it has been treated from the SBR system. The process of the SBR is like filling the first tank. Next, it will react from the aeration, and it is also energy efficient, because only one step is needed for the energy, like doing the oxidation process. Next, from the water cycle, the rooftop area, rainwater from roof and the rainwater from the hardscape and softscape has been collected and used for the landscape. Next is the municipal. We have the 45,000 liter we get from the municipal, which will be goes in the domestic fire and overall. The water cycle has come to the conclusion, like we use the black water, treated water for the flushing. Next is this, the water supply lines which we have done. The municipal line comes here, goes to the domestic tanks, and it has been supplied overall. Next, this is the domestic tank and the fire tank. Next is this is the rainwater tank and the SBR tank.
All right. So we have opted for CSEB for our external wall. So it has low carbon footprint and minimal energy and water usage. It has excellent thermal mass properties for temperature regulation, and it is cost effective in the long run. And another reason why we opted for this is because it is a good sound insulator too. Through research, we have found out that, and it is beneficial in a setting like a classroom. And then for solar energy plays an important role in our structure, and we are harnessing energy with the use of BIPV panels as well as the solar panels attached on the terrace. And as per the calculations, we were able to get around 33.2 kilowatt of energy. And Khus curtains, Khus also known as vetiver, it is a kind of a grass root which is which we have used as a vertical fin, as a major shading device for the southern facade, and it is along the passageway, and it is renewable, locally available material, and excellent thermal insulation properties. Another benefit of this is it is low maintenance because it consists of natural oils, which doesn't allow dirt to accumulate in those fins. And the mechanism how it works is there are sensors which detect low lux levels within the passages or within the classrooms, and then it triggers the rotating actuators which are used in the fins. So as per the requirements and the building management system, the rotating actuators allow for the fins to rotate and provide adequate light inside the structure. And so at a glance, like innovation, what we have used, urban farming, then we have elevated the solar panels which we are using in order to shade the urban farming areas which we have placed at the terrace. And it is beneficial because we are using in an area like a terrace which like normally people don't use. And then there are paddle pools present there and BIPV panels. So yeah, as I said, urban farming, it optimizes underutilized spaces like terraces and promotes water conservation techniques in agricultural practices. And talking about building integrated photovoltaic panels, this we have used on our southern facade because it was kind of a dead wall and a staircase area. So we have opted for this, and it harnesses sunlight without occupying much of the area, and it enhances the aesthetics of the facade as well, and it contributes to on-site renewable energy and gives us long-time financial benefits. And it's also flexible in design as our requirements and can be customized.
So coming toward the health and well-being, so for the optimal window to wall ratio, we have done several simulations, and in which we have found that 30% was the optimal for the classrooms. And there was a simulation done for the window to wall ratio furthermore to minimize the CO2 and discomfort inside the structure. So after doing the many iterations, we found out that 32% window to wall ratio was optimal in this situation. So when it comes to the ventilation, in the classroom we have provided exhaust fans to dehumidify the classrooms. As well, the curtains you can see there, as they were rotating, and they will also help towards the ventilation. So what happens when the dirt, it also acts as a dirt purifier also, curtains. And so for the transition of the spaces between inside the structure and the outside, we have provided the trees in front toward the entrance that will reduce the thermal shock when someone come into the structure also. And also for the assemblies and all, we have provided like various colored windows, tinted windows. And for the open spaces, to familiarize oneself with the surroundings, we are also using visual clues to fill the spaces also. Coming to the carbon emission, with the help of the CSAB blocks, we are able to reduce the carbon emission for the walls to 91%. And the roof, with the help of filler slabs, we will able to reduce the carbon emission 32%. And for the floors and others for the structural systems. And for fenestrations, we have used UPVC instead of the UPVC windows instead of the normal aluminum windows that we also reduce the carbon emission furthermore. So in total, we are able to reduce the carbon emission about 67% for overall the building. Yeah, so you can see over there the total carbon emission before for the baseline was 138.6, and then it was for the proposed design it was 453.5.
In Mumbai, the 4 anticipated disasters are earthquakes, floods, high winds, and hard sunlight. So to mitigate impact of earthquake on the building, we have provided a waffle slab. Later, in case of flooding, we have those boundary walls, and we have also raised the site and the passive shading also. And the curtains, as Anurag said, just by watering it, it can reduce the temperature beside it. So later is that we have used porous materials. So this mitigates the scarcity of the water that of the site.
Coming to the affordability, this chart shows the difference between the baseline and the proposed case. So as we see the baseline case, the civil work has come as the 5,444 INR per square meter. Because of the use of CSEB blocks, like it is well for carbon emission, and also it has a low U value. So because using regular brick, using CSEB blocks are very well for reducing the carbon emission. Also, it also reduces the solar heat gain which we get from the radiation and also the from the sun. So for the civil work, we come with the 6,000. We come with the conclusion of 6,060 INR per square meter, and then the total cost of the project has been come like 9 crore for the base case, and for the proposed case come as 10 crore. Like 1 crore difference, we are going high, but the total life cycle cost is better from the base case. Like it promotes to the sustainability. Also, it promotes the reducing the carbon from the environment. Next is the value proposition. The intangible aspects which we see is like the air quality has been improved from the regular schools which we have seen. Also, we come with the promoting the healthy learning environment and opportunities. Also, sustainable key aspects, we have seen net zero energy consumption and achieving the maximum thermal comfort and the passive design strategies. And the envelope design and orientation helps to reduce the carbon and also the improve the indoor air quality. Thank you.
Aarti, can we start with you? Yeah.
Thank you. First of all, congratulations on making it to the final. I'll start with the design. I think it's very good that you have tried to incorporate as many of the passive strategies as you could, considering that this is a tight site and you had no option but to go vertical. Also, I think one of the teams where the capex seems to be realistic. You are going up in capex, which is going to happen if you're designing a net zero energy building at this point of the time. The markets may mature and we'll see parity, but not right now. If the report mentioned that you're going to house 1,000 occupants in a building of floor space area of 25,500 square feet,
Yes,
that's dense.
it's actually a two-time shift. So in the first shift, during there were 500 people, and then in the second shift there were 500 people.
Have you factored this in the energy modeling?
Yes.
You did?
Yes. While running the simulations, the 500 factor were used. 500 people factor.
But eventually, across the month or across the year, this is a building for 1,000 people.
Yeah.
So you have factored that?
Yeah. For during the water calculations and all, we have used the 1,000 figure.
No, even in the energy, that's
also, yes.
Okay, great. Swimming pool, what floor is it on? Top floor? Yeah. Which floor is it on?
The paddle pool is on top floor.
The roof?
Roof, yeah.
So on the roof, first, I have some reservations about it being a good passive cooling strategy. There are others which one could look at. On the roof, you have a swimming pool, you have urban farms, you have terrace gardens, and you have solar PV. And I do not see too much of roof area. So I think it's crowded. You must revisit it. And the benefits, so this building in terms of surface area has more vertical surface area than horizontal. So you might think of doing more passive or whatever, which you have attempted with the shading, which by the way is looking very good aesthetically. I think you'll have to think about what all do you want on the roof.
Yeah, sure.
Right. CSB in a 10-story building or 7? 7. I would be careful there.
So we can reduce the for the concrete use. So like to reduce the dead weight of the structure, we have used filler slabs and all, and waffle slabs have been used to further reinforce the structure.
Did you do a structure? Is this going to work stably? I mean, is it going to be stable? CSCB in a 10-story building, whatever you do with the slabs, maybe you'd like to rethink on that. Black water usage, I think are you using black water? It seems you're only treating the black water and not the grey water on the site.
Like the grey water is like very less. is as compared to the educational building. Like only the washing is the grey water, and the total like the flushing is more in the educational building. So we have tried to use the black water and to treat that. And
Could
SBR
be
system
wrong,
is
but I don't think you can recycle black water and use it.
like we can only use for the flushing and irrigation, not for the other purpose. We are using only for the flushing. So SBR system is like we can oxidize it, and the tertiary thing from the activated carbon and things we can use only for the flushing. Like the odor has been reduced from that, not for the drinking or any other purpose.
Yeah, obviously that is definitely out. Last two things is one, if you could go back to the flow plan, there was some inefficiency. There was too much of vertical and horizontal circulation for a flow plate, which is this constricted. Yeah, so you have corridors, and then you have two set of staircases, and then you have lifts, which obviously you need. Probably, if you can rethink on that as well, because the actual usable space seems to be. I do not have the percentage numbers. I'm not sure if they were in the report or not, but it is something that you should definitely look at. Thank you.
Hi, great to see that. I actually am surprised. You didn't say anything about the swimming pool this time, but I know it's there in your earlier reports. So I was just curious. But you've said you just reconfirmed that it is there.
There was a swimming pool earlier, but
there was. Right now, you didn't talk about it.
We converted into the pedal pool. Like we reduced the total height of that because of the comments we got on the D4 and D3.
So I was very curious that, in fact, I had thought that you removed it because you didn't mention it. So I thought that was a good thing, but then you just reconfirmed that it is still there. So I think you still need to reconsider. Why would you put it on the 7th, 8th top floor?
The idea of using the paddle pool on the top was like the solar will be there, and the U value and the heat island effect at the roof, it will be reduced. So that is why we use that.
If you calculate the amount of evaporation that will happen on the roof, that will be a huge loss, and it's going up. The second is the cost of your structure. When you have it's a buoyant structure, when you have an earthquake, when the building moves, the water will move to one side. So the structural engineer will make very high calculations for your foundations and the building. So putting a swimming pool on the roof is a structural engineering disaster. A structural engineer will look at it. It's not that it's not possible, but you need a huge amount of steel and concrete that will take care of that earthquake engineering. So you need to be careful of that. The larger idea of wanting to use the terrace is good, but what can it be used for is something that you want to weigh. You've done terrace gardening, you've done so in that sense I think you had a tall building. A floor more or less wouldn't have mattered, right? So would it have been useful to keep some of this terrace gardening business in separated floors across the floor versus having it on one top floor where you have to go up as a person who's in this building, as studying in this building or using this building? It could have been a daily experience if I had distributed that over 2 or 3 floors across and increased a floor extra if you needed the space. So as a strategy, as a building strategy, some of these things have to be incorporated as a architectural strategy. All of these ideas are great, but they're not just stuck onto a box that you've kind of put together. And accordingly, I think the other great thing, which I didn't think you had earlier, but this time you have this vetiver, right? Panels. I think it's a great idea. Very great. Just take it forward in terms of quality detailing, because one of the reasons why people are running away from these kind of things are that uska pani kaun dhyan rakhega? Who will water about the drip? Who will worry about the dripping of the water? So if you had shown a nice detail, if you have it, please.
What is slide? So we have used, this is the passage area. So here we have used the lux sensors, and towards the landscape, towards the outside, we have used the humidity sensors. So basically what will happen when the lux levels increases, the fins will rotate and they will shade the passage. But when the cask will need the water, So when the humidity reaches a certain point and will be reduced below that, below the threshold, so it will basically drips the water on that automatically. So there is no manual.
No, I think these sensors and these ideas are good. What I'm saying is, because this is the water is going to keep going down along the vetiver panel. At some point, it's going to go and fall onto the platform.
Yeah, you can see there is a plant bed provided over here. So what will happen, that excess water will go towards the plant only.
No, I think again, I was just going to say that, that you should have made that little more accessible, and exactly what you've done on the roof could have been spread like this. So if you combine this and your urban agriculture, whatever farm, I think this has two ideas. I think these are great potentials. So do work on this and take this forward as a product.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Because otherwise we've just seen vetiver hanging like a curtain. But as panels, there is a great potential.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
All the best.
Thank you, team. Jason up. Okay. All right. So now we'll start with our fourth presentation, that is Team Nova 2.0. They have worked on Lodha World School, located at Lodha Bellavita in Pune. All right. Team, you can come up on stage. All right, team, you'll have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury. At 15 minutes, I'll ring a bell like this. Okay? You won't have a 21st minute, which means at 20 minutes, I'll make you stop the presentation. After that, we'll have a 10 minutes Q&A session. Please keep your answers direct and to the point. Okay? All right. Are you ready, team? Yeah. Okay, all the best, and your time starts now.
To secure the future. Working. Schools are meant to be a heaven for learning and prospering. Yet, we seem to be failing our young generation with poor infrastructure and well-being that's detrimental to their well-being. Good morning, all. Team Nova has partnered with Lodha World School with Lodha developers to embark on such a project where sustainable practices meets innovative learning. Nestled within Pune and spanning 6,800
and the second leads to the multifunctional OAT, which also works at the triangulation zone. And then the road further leads to the sports area, which is meant for seniors. Towards the extreme northwest end, you can see there's a there is a STP. Coming on to the form development, Pune experiences a warm and humid climate with temperature ranging between 19 degrees Celsius to 34 degrees Celsius. The massing has been done keeping in mind the local context and the climate, and the build form is derived from a plot from our plot shape with a central courtyard. The subtractive transformation was done to harness the prevalent wind direction and create a funneling effect enhancing ventilation. The build form was further refined through the shoebox simulations. Punctures were created, enhancing passive cooling through stock ventilation. Further subtractions were done, creating a hierarchy in a building while also maintaining the breaking the monotony in the building form. Finally, solar chimneys were added as one of the measures for passive cooling techniques. Strategic zoning was done to implement to respond to the climate. Positioning conditioned spaces along the eastern and southeastern spaces, creating a buffer zone. Labs with shorter occupancy periods are situated on the south and southeastern periphery, while the glass rooms, primarily benefiting from the north lights, are kept on the north. Our design concept revolved around making a building user-centric, promoting movement among kids, educating them towards sustainability, enhancing biophilic design, and making our building as a learning aid. Coming to the floor plan of the building, ground floor plan, the main entrance area is accessed via a grand staircase that leads all students into the large entrance hall at the first floor. The OAT serves as a central score. It fosters encounters, group interactions, social relations, and the children's assumption of a public identity. It has large stepped seating areas forming a distinctive landscape, while the rest of the ground floor contains the admin spaces. We have further created alternative corridors to avoid the perception of a well-like puncture. The first floor contains kindergarten, daycare, canteen, and a few classrooms. The approximate dimension of all the classrooms is 7.5 by 8 meters. From second floor onwards, we have all the other senior secondary classrooms, multi-purpose hall, music room, dance room, multi-activity spaces, and the staff rooms on every alternating floors. The labs and the science room are evenly distributed on all upper floors, with library being at the fifth floor.
As per the client requirements, we have opted for RCC as the building structure. These are the dead load and live load calculation as well as the structural member sizing. We have proposed two different types of filler slabs, one for the roof and one for the floor slabs. Using filler slab, we were able to get a construction cost reduction in the slabs of 25% and 17% reduction in the embodied carbon of slabs, and we were also able to reduce the dead load. These are the engineering drawings that we have prepared for the beams and the columns. We have provided two expansion joints at two critical junctions, which are indicated by the red lines. This allowed us to reduce the damage to the building due to temperature variation and torsional stress. We have provided an expansion gap of 50 mm, which is shown in the diagrams. These are the foundation details that we have prepared. We have provided a isolated footing of 3 meter by 3 meter with a depth of 450 mm. Our client requirement of RCC as a building structure posed a challenge to our task of reducing embodied carbon. So we have used embodied carbon materials with less embodied carbon like green concrete, recycled steel bars, agrocrete, etc., which will be covered under a different section again. We have also proposed radiative cooling paint, which is composed of calcium carbonate. This allowed us to get a temperature difference of 10 degrees Celsius from the ambient temperature when compared to other commercially available reflective cooling paints. This is because of its ability to reflect heat back to the atmosphere, which is the infrared waves, which is shown in the diagram. After optimization of the building envelope and usage of energy efficient VRF system, the required tonnage that we got was 37 tons, which is 68% reduction from the calculated 87 tons. We have proposed various waste segregation methods on our site. Our calculated waste generated per day was 140 kilogram. This is composed of 30% wet waste and 70% dry waste. The 30% wet waste is composed of food waste and plant waste, which can be composted to generate fertilizer and biogas. The dry waste of plastic and paper can be recycled. Further, the textbooks which are usually thrown away at the end of the year, they can be reused and they can be passed down to the next batch. We have also provided clearly labeled recycling bins and composting facilities in common areas and classrooms. And we have also educated students on the proper waste sorting and disposal techniques. We have also established partnerships with local recycling and composting facilities. This under innovation, we have developed a passive photovoltaic shading device which has a angle adjustable solar panel, which allows peak sunlight reception at 90-degree angle for maximum efficiency. The solar device lets in the shading device lets in the sunlight in winter and blocks the sun during summer. Shown in the diagram, we have considered the VSA during these months while developing this. The angle adjustment mechanism is shown in the diagram. These are the 6 different angle adjustment levels that we have provided along with the months during which they are applicable. These are the construction drawings that we have developed. As for cost, we have used 50-watt monoper panels which on average cost 2,500 rupees. We have also the supporting structure is around 1,000 rupees and the labor charges is around 1,000 rupees. The total for the unit is coming to be around 4,500 rupees for a 70 centimeter wide panel with 45 centimeter depth. And this is for a manually adjustable one. As for market, we can not only utilize this in existing buildings, but we can retrofit in, we can not only utilize it in new buildings, we can retrofit it in existing buildings, especially those in which the rooftop area is limited. We can propose them on the facades. We can take this further through automation and also developing software with integration with AI and climate data for hourly and daily angle adjustment. However, this will make it expensive. We have also utilized our building as a learning aid to promote creativity, fun learning and exploration. We have also utilized agrovoltaics on our rooftops where we propose to teach our children organic farming.
Buoyancy-driven flow facilitated by solar chimneys promote natural ventilation, and a fresher rate of 0.49 meter per second has been achieved for the classrooms with a temperature reduction of 1 to 2 degrees. The outdoor environment promotes engagement of multiple senses through the provision of sensory pathways, olfactory plants. Permaculture garden helps develop ecological knowledge and empathy. Sandpits give children the freedom to manipulate and create. Usage of soft pastel colors reduce stress and anxiety. We have designed our building as a learning aid through provision of numbered stairways, door angles, writable walls, and mystery walls to promote fun learning. The flexible layouts can be reshaped quickly to meet a wide variety of learning conditions. Interactive corridors, dance, and yoga room help promote movement. Integration of light shelves increased SDA by 43%. Further, the ASE consistently remained below 10%, minimizing glare. 81% of the building is naturally ventilated, with 79% comfort hours achieved with within IMAC acceptability range. The project prioritizes physical well-being by incorporating low VOC paint, ergonomic furniture, and fixtures like multi-level handrails and wash basins. To mitigate thermal stress outdoors, shaded areas for seatings have been incorporated. Building form itself has been designed such a way that the entrances are shaded, thus minimizing thermal shock experienced by the occupants. Under the energy performance, our site API came out to be 22 kilowatt-hour per meter square with an annual consumption of 1,96,944 kilowatt-hour and a production of 2,14,264 kilowatt-hours. We have utilized the roof area of 1,100 square meters with 550 panels of 580 watt each, and we have utilized the parking area with 129 panels of 580 watt each, and the facade with the solar shading device has 44 panels of 50 watt each. The reduction in energy consumption has been achieved through strategies like envelope optimization, wherein we have provided a double skin bamboo facade on the southwest face. We have a filler roof slab with a radiative cooling paint on top, and we have used agrocrete as a wall material with cavities within them, having a U value of 1.2 watt per meter square. We have incorporated a solar chimney where we analyzed through CFD analysis that the air velocity is increased to facilitate natural ventilation and sucking in the cool winds inside the classroom. The increased velocity will go up to 0.49 meters per second. And it will reduce the temperature further by 1 to 2 degrees Celsius. We have incorporated VRF for the cooling of conditioned spaces. The graph here demonstrates the reduction with each strategy is implemented against our baseline API. Out of the surplus 17,320 kilowatt hour, we are storing 289 kilowatt hour in battery for a single day backup and sending the rest to the grid via net metering.
We are able to reduce the water consumption from 45 LPCD to 18 LPCD by using water efficient fixtures such as Jaguar water faucets, tankless WCs and waterless urinals. For xeriscaping, we have used less water required plants that are native to Pune, and through this we are able to reduce water usage of almost 60% during the irrigation. So our overall water consumption is thus reduced by 60%. Through an effective catchment area of 4,778 square meters, we are able to harvest almost 3,406 kiloliter of rainwater annually. For this, the water storage tank capacities that are required are an underground water tank capacity of 50 kiloliter and fire tank capacity of 50 kiloliter. Routes on treatment have been used for groundwater recharge. The plants used for the same are reed, cattail and bulrush. So our overall annual water storage is 5,340 kiloliter, making our building net positive in water. The map here shows the drainage and water supply to and from the building.
Under embodied carbon, we have achieved a carbon emission of 651 kilogram carbon dioxide emitted per kilogram, which is a 40% reduction from the baseline. Under RCC, we have used green concrete, in which we have replaced 30% of the aggregates with recycled concrete obtained from demolition waste, as well as in the cement, we have used fly ash admixture, which reduced its EC value by 30%. We have also utilized recycled steel bars for reinforcement, which are made from scrap iron, which has reduced EC value by 17%. And we have also used agrocrete as the infill material, which has a 40% EC value reduction compared to other concrete blocks. It is also a carbon negative material. On-site solar panels are able to fulfill all the energy requirements of our building, which reduces the operational carbon emissions by 132 tons. And we have also sourced all the materials used during construction within a 50-kilometer radius within the site, with the exception of agrocrete, to reduce the transportation related emissions and to also promote local economy.
Pune faces majorly two threats. First one is temperature rising, and second one is air pollution. To tackle these issues, our building uses passive design strategies to improve ventilation and natural light, while radiative cooling paint and vegetation around the site compact the heat island effect. To prevent water clogging, the site has been graded towards the stream, and routes on treatment has been done to reduce stormwater runoff and harvest rainwater. Phytoremediation is used to improve air quality index and user experience. The surplus generated from the solar panels will be used in net metering, and we have achieved a water autonomy of 29 hours. We prioritize risk management through education and drills. Disaster response focuses on rapid damage assessment, restoring basic necessities for power and water for the mentioned days of autonomy, and swift building restoration. Coming to the fire escape plan, as you can see here, there are two main fire escape routes. One entering from the main OAT.
Talking about affordability, our proposed design achieved a significant 13.6% reduction in capital costs compared to the baseline. So how did we achieve this? One key strategy was to use cost-effective agrocrete blocks, which reduced wall costs by 12%. Sustainability played a major role in our cost reduction. We incorporated reclaimed broken mosaic tiles and local bamboo, further driven down costs by 33%. Additionally, basalt shown in landscaping offered a 30% reduction in landscaping. We didn't stop there. By optimizing water consumption, we achieved a 60% reduction in water storage costs. Furthermore, unique adaptable furniture resulted in a 20% reduction in furniture costing. An 8.5% increase in capex for MEP and equipment was necessary for implementing strategies to achieve net positivity in water and energy uses and to further reduce the OPEX of the building. In our efforts to optimize operational expenditure, we have utilized daylight optimization techniques, leading to 10.8% reduction in lighting electrical consumption. Through energy efficient VRF system, we are able to achieve 27% annual reduction in cooling OPEX costs. Furthermore, through rainwater harvesting and grey water treatment, we have slashed water bills by 2.73 INR million annually. The adoption of water efficient fixture has further contributed to 52% reduction in water usage. Finally, leveraging our facilities during non-operational hours, we stand to generate a maximum revenue potential of 18.5K on a half-day operation and a 38K in a full-day operation.
We holistically sustainability. Terrazzo also promises durability while washable paints make the walls child-friendly. Use of natural stones, organic farming, creating butterfly garden and sensory pathways along the playground all help students reconnect with nature. The site has opaque boundary walls and balconies have high protective jalis for the safety of the kids. The OET fosters encounters, group interactions, and social relations. We have provided flexible layouts for the classrooms and retractable partitions for the larger halls. In addition, we have innovatively treated the school space and their constituent built elements such that they are used as a learning resource. We have developed three-dimensional space to offer a unique setting to introduce a multiple sensory experience. To summarize, our design is social and mental well-being of its occupants and providing social interaction spaces for the locality. Our design is environmentally responsible through net positive energy and water waste management and low carbon footprint. Our design is also economically responsible through lower capex and opex and revenue generation. Thank you.
Thank you, team. You have delivered well and in time. Great job. So now we'll hear the jury's comments and take queries from them. Surya, we'll start with you.
Hi, congratulations, and nice to see one more model. I think it's what is nice is that you've made a cross-section model, which I think allows us to understand two very important parts of your project. One is that the building is interconnected inside, which means that even if I'm the upper floor, I can get a sense of what's happening on the lower floor. And in a way, it also potentially acts as a stack effect ventilation. So that's a great section. And the idea of a solar chimney, normally we've always heard of solar chimneys in the hills, I mean, in Ladakh, and we normally see those images. So it's nice to see that you've tried that here. I'm just curious that do we have the detailed simulations that have been added to the final of how the solar chimney actually works across the year?
We have done the CFD analysis, but that was not shown in the D4 presentation.
It was done
after that.
It was done.
Yes, sorry.
The temperature reduction and the airspeed is also backed by research by the Singapore National University. So
you haven't done the simulation.
We also tallied it, so it seems feasible, like it's coming at par with that.
It's a nice idea to think about. Normally, south of Himalayas, we've never really tried these things, and it's important to create artificial movements through the architectural design of a building instead of inputting in. So, like you normally put a convection fan otherwise. So this is another way. I think it's probably far more effective than a convection fan, probably. So I'm very curious about the results.
Sir, we have also done a case study of a school in Pune itself, which has implemented a similar structure, and it was very effective there. It is also a net zero energy building.
Oh, that's nice.
Avsara Academy in Pune.
Okay, that's nice. The other thing is the tankless. In a school, when you say tankless, you mean what?
Waterless urinals.
No, you also said tankless WCs.
Yeah, tankless WCs means they basically don't have that. They basically don't have that mechanism of storing water. Because of that, it basically results in the foul smell that is generated through the WCs. So that was the reason we don't provide we have this tankless urinals. Through that we have also achieved the water efficiency.
No. We have not yet clear. You're not clear yet. Why tankless? How do you then flush? Is there some other? Is it a dry toilet system? No. It is a water-based system.
It is a water.
So are you just saying it's a tap that you open and then which means there are possibilities somebody may leave the tap and go away?
No, sir. Means that there is just a automatic switch that will switch on the water, and that will automatically closed once that amount of water is used for that WC.
So that means there is water being used. So what would be the difference between a tank and a
tankless urinals? Basically, that tankless means the tank is there for because of that water is stored in that tank. So if we are not having that tank, so we can use that water for other purposes as well during that time.
Let's park that some other time. I'll pass the mic for this. You also mentioned something about the bamboo, which I don't know, somehow is not coming across. Is it just like a facade treatment that you've been? Yes, sir. It's just a facade treatment. On the south side? Which side? On the south facade. So it's a whole blank facade.
No.
The spaces over the southwest side are actually labs which are quite long, so they are covering the entire width of the single spaces, covering the entire width of the building. So the windows are mostly on the on either sides, and then the southwest face here has the.
So is it like a screen in front of the glass? Is that a screen in front of the? So I think these are things that you want to, if it is used well and expressed well, it should come across. So it's a screen, but it's in front of a wall. It's not necessarily in front of a glass. Yeah. In parts there is, okay, fine. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Team NOAA. Very good effort. Very reasonable energy modeling, water diagrams and all. Very good. My major comment on your design is that this was and is essentially a riverfront development, and you have completely ignored the stream and the green belt. Your design is not looking in that direction.
Ma'am, actually it is not a river edge. It is basically a stream. Nala stream actually.
Is it a clean nala?
It is dry most of the year. We went to the site. It was dry at that time as well. So it's just wet during rainy seasons. And the width of the this nala stream is 2.5 to 3 or 4 meters.
No matter. You missed an opportunity.
And second reason was to orient the we have oriented the building towards the prevalent wind direction, so that through funneling effect it creates ventilation, and also the orientation of the building creates shading on the OAT.
You could have relooked at the design, I think.
Ma'am, additionally for the green belt, since it did not have that width, but it was around 7.5 meters wide. So we have proposed a lot of native trees, fruiting and fragrant producing trees to attract the birds and animals over there, to enhance the biodiversity over the region, and also to visually.
But your building is missing it all. Are you understanding what I'm trying to say? This was an opportunity. Any developer would probably market this as a land riverfront development. Even a seasonal nala probably can serve you purposes, and there are always ways of regenerating, whatever. So
actually, by Nala, I mean it's a polluted Nala. Yeah.
So now it's become polluted.
Yeah, it is polluted. It is polluted because it's coming from the central Pune.
Okay. Good effort at innovation, whatever you're trying, and resilience, of course. On the embodied carbon part, and this is something that I've observed across most teams, is that you're suggesting that the embodied carbon value of your fenestrations, even when you're using a double glazed unit, is less. Not possible. In a double glazed unit, the amount of material that you're using is doubled because you're using an additional window pane. So no matter what you do, the embodied carbon of a double glazed window would be more than a single glazed window. And this is something I think I've observed across all the 6 teams that have said that, oh, our embodied carbon of the window is less. That's not possible. So across the board, I think it's a comment you should look for. In the future, you should be careful of that. Agrocrete, is this being manufactured on site or something?
No, ma'am. It is
to the best of my knowledge, there's just one.
It is actually being produced in the NCR region, and
yet your embodied carbon is low.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, it is a net negative product with a minus 0.05 embodied carbon. But the transportation part, the embodied carbon sort of cancels itself out. So it is still a better option than the commercially available concrete, other concrete blocks. So
Question.
That's why
I know a lot of teams claim this. This was done under PMAY. This product was done the Pradhan Mantri Awas Yojana. No, it's still under commercialization. The problem is they just have one manufacturing site, which is in Lucknow or somewhere. I don't think it's still.
It is in NCR region.
They might have opened another one in NCR, but earlier it was somewhere in UP. They manufacture, to the best of my knowledge, only on orders. Like they do not have that kind of scale where they can start supplying it to anyone and everywhere. So the market supply and operations are really in a very nascent stage. And this thing about negative carbon, at the end of the day, you are spending energy and resources on constructing or manufacturing. So I'm not blaming that for you. I mean, I'm just as a product. Yeah, as a product to say something is negative carbon is by itself, at least in my. So, but yeah, look at the Windows part. Otherwise, it's a very good effort. The thing that you're trying to do with the shading, the solar PV, I would suggest you start looking at it in terms of one. I think the 4,500 rupees per panel cost seemed to be a little too good for me. But also you have to start looking at its operations, how you're going to do it. But I think it has good potential if you can come up with something very cost effective.
This is the panel that we have used, and for a 50-watt panel it is actually 2,200 rupees, and the supporting structure is made from hollow pipes, so its cost is also actually under 1,000 rupees. So it is around 4,500 to 5,000 range per unit.
I'll take you at your word. Good attempt.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, jury members. Thank you, Team NOAA. Now we'll take a long lunch break, and then we'll start the presentation for Solasta at 2:30 p.m. So folks online, I request you to tune back into this channel and be ready for the presentation for the upcoming teams. All right. Thank you.
Hello, check, check.
All right, hello everyone. So now welcome back to the Educational Building Division. We'll now continue with our presentations. Our fifth presentation is from Team Solasta. They have worked on Government Degree College in Jayanagar in Himachal Pradesh. Okay, so team, you can come up on stage, please. All right. So team, you'll have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury.
Hello.
At 15 minutes, I'll ring a bell like this. Okay. Which means at 20 minutes, I'll ask you to stop your presentation. After that, we'll have a 10 minutes round for Q&A session with the jury members. All right. And okay, you may start. All the best. Your time starts now.
Architecture is the very mirror of life. One has to only cast an eye at the building to realize that it is in fact a reflection of the community using it. This is the vision of our team, Solasta. Good afternoon. We are a group of 15 students from RV College of Architecture and Engineering, and we are here today to present our project, a government degree college located in Jayanagar in the Solan district of Himachal Pradesh. Our project partner is the Himachal Pradesh Public Works Department, and our industry partner is North. Coming to our design process, it began with looking at the contextual needs and necessities of the region. Some observations that were made are, the region of Solan is highly susceptible to natural disasters like landslides, earthquakes, and floods, which severely damage infrastructure and leave residents struggling to recover. In the region of Solan, floods are a frequent occurrence, and there is a prevalent insufficient supply of clean drinking water, which often results in diarrhea and other waterborne diseases. There's a massive decline in the local builder community owing to the trend of RCC construction and its reputation of looking rich. These buildings are in fact the first to succumb to natural disasters and are an evident misfit in our site's context. Lastly, there's a huge lack of awareness with respect to sustainable and modern building technologies amongst the youth. Our design philosophy is education through engagement. Coming to our site area, it mounts to a total of 23,564 square meters with a built-up of 2,030. We have an average site elevation of 990 meters and a total occupancy of 300 students with 50 faculty and staff members at any given time. We have the path analysis, flow analysis, and slope analysis done. So we have a highly contoured and challenging site that has a slope greater than 45 degrees. Thus, the slope analysis helped us analyze the developable locations, which were in the range of 30 to 40 degrees. The flow analysis helped us understand or allow the water to flow to the seasonal nalas that we have on site, and a buffer of about 7 meters was taken from these nalas as per the regulations of the town and country planning. The path analysis helped us optimize the travel distance and develop a comfortable slope for the road at a ratio of 1:12.
Our vision was to design an educational building that is experience-based, acts as a shelter during disasters, and routes the users back to their community. Our site-level strategies include optimizing the orientation based on contours and climate, The second strategy is to segregate the block to incorporate more common and social spaces and make it earthquake and landslide resilient. The third strategy is to stagger the blocks to optimize the overall cut and fill in the site. Considering all these factors, we had 3 primary nodes in our site. The first node, which is a community space, the second node, which is a canteen, and the third node, which is a social space. The third node extends to become a central spine of the campus and acts as a grand staircase for interaction spaces for the academic block. The second node connects the admin and the academic block, and it has the feature of a water shrine. The third node and the first node are connected by the idea of a jungle route, which acts as an experiential path and is also used for NCC and NSS training activities. The entry to our site is located on the northeast direction, and there are 2 major ways of movement. The first one, which is the central spine or the staircase, and the second one, which is for vehicular movement till admin block, and transforms into an experiential path after that. Our structural system is a combination of cartoony architecture and modern techniques. We have introduced a wall assembly to optimize the U values and get the essential thermal comfort. Our blocks are arranged in a staggered fashion to follow the contours, and the entries are on both sides following the contours. Hence, our design is an integration of social, community, and education spaces.
Coming to the psychological well-being of the students in our campus, to improve their psychological well-being, we have integrated several features in our design, such as a central staircase which has greenery integrated to provide a positive and calming environment for student interaction. Second is a canteen with integrated waterfall and water stream to provide auditory and visual stimulation. Third are large balconies which act as spill-out spaces for the classroom to allow for a more varied range of activities. It also provides a calming view of the hillside. Lastly is an open-air theatre and a nature trail which facilitates the experiential learning in our site through workshops done in the NCC. Coming to the thermal comfort, our site receives maximum wind speeds in the months of May, June, and September, and the predominant wind direction is from southwest to northeast. The classrooms have been naturally ventilated, with the lower classrooms receiving a breeze from the northwest direction, and the upper classrooms being cross-ventilated with openings provided on either sides of the room. In terms of temperature, Solon receives a maximum high temperature of 37 degrees in the months of May to June, and a minimum low of 0 degrees in the months of December to March. Hence, we have utilized materials which have a high thermal mass, providing a natural temperature regulation. So it allows for the spaces to be comfortable throughout the year. To facilitate for the day lighting, we have provided a window wall ratio of 30% to optimize between maximizing the daylight and minimizing the solar heat gain. We have provided traditional awnings in front of our windows to reduce the glare, and in case of our upper classrooms, we have provided a skylight to allow diffuse light to enter into the room to compensate for the deep balconies that do not allow light penetration. Using all of these strategies, we have achieved a useful daylight illuminance of 89.3% during the operational hours. Now coming to the energy performance, an EPI of 41.8 has been achieved, which is in line with the ECBC recommendations of 45. Our maximum reduction in load is done to the optimization of our envelope. So we see a total reduction of 61.1%, and hence the ventilation load is reduced by 61.6%. Using a roof area of 650 meters square, we have provided a solar power generation system that generates power for the usage in the buildings and also to charge the batteries to provide a backup of 2 days. Our system has been oversized in the first year to account for the slow decline in efficiency throughout the year to optimize the life cycle. Through the use of energy efficient light fixtures, we see a decline of 70% in the energy load. The reduction in energy load for equipment and lighting is as seen in the graphs.
Okay, coming to water performance, So there's a total reduction in the water consumption in our project in comparison to the base case, and it amounts to a total of 38%. Rainwater harvesting has been implemented on site to meet the domestic demands, and a total of 2,602 kiloliters is harvested and generated per annum. The irrigation demand in our project, in comparison to the base case again, has reduced by a total of 50%, and efficient water fixtures like sensor taps and waterless urinals, etc., have been used. A rainwater storage tank with 150 kiloliter capacity, a fire tank with 100 kiloliter capacity, 4 domestic tanks with 14 kiloliter capacity, and 2 flushing tanks with 5,600 liters of capacity each have been used. So talking about the grey water that is generated on site, it undergoes treatment in an eco-STP plant. And this is used to meet the flushing demand on site, which amounts to a total of 1,022 kiloliters per annum. The excess treated grey water then undergoes ultrafiltration and is made of potable grade and is supplied to the community for their use. It amounts to a total of 400 kiloliters per annum, of which 5,000 liters is generated every week and supplied at a rate of 6 rupees per 10 liters. The black water that is generated on site undergoes treatment and is then used to meet the irrigation demand, which amounts to 352 kiloliters. As per calculation, the water consumption in our project is thus net positive.
Our project achieves a total embodied carbon reduction of 81.1%. This massive reduction can be credited to the use of the following strategies. First is the local sourcing of materials. All our materials have been sourced from within a 90-kilometer range. In case of some materials such as earth and stone, a majority of the requirement was fulfilled from the earth obtained during the excavation process. Second is the use of 90% natural materials. We have utilized materials such as wood, hemp, and earth, which have a near zero or a negative carbon emission factor. We have also optimized the thicknesses of all of these materials to achieve a U value which is in line with ECBC. Our assemblies are as follows. Our roof consists of GI sheet, slate, hemp, and wood and has a 37% increase compared to the base case. Our wall assembly consists of SEB blocks made on site, hemp for insulation, and a mountain stone exterior facing and sees a total of 90% reduction compared to the base case. Our fenestration made of wood and double glazed panels sees a 62% reduction. And finally, our floor assembly made of rammed earth and slate has a total 93% reduction in embodied carbon compared to the RCC base case.
Coming to affordability, we have reduced an overall cost of 36.36% as compared to the base case. The civil works cost has been reduced by 20% because we are using conventional techniques like cart-kuni architecture. We save on land costs because in our case, our land belongs to the government and landscaping cost is taken care by government's Manrega scheme. By using the materials which are locally sourced and inexpensive, we save a lot on affordability. Coming to engineering and operations, we have used packaged air conditioning system. These systems are an integrated system which provide both heating and cooling in a single package. In our case, heating load is very minimal. Outdoor units are located outside each of the blocks which are to be ventilated, like admin block, library, and labs. The rainwater tank is connected to the domestic tank, which caters to the domestic demand of our project. One domestic tank caters to 2 different levels and reduces the size of the tanks. All services are located on one side of the site, so that the water can be easily supplied and removed. The rainwater tank system is integrated with the vortex system to reduce the number of overall tanks used. An underground tank is installed, which sources water from Jal Shakti, and it will be used for putting out fires. Even though our building structure is a low-rise structure of 2 stories, it is located in a densely vegetated region, and forest fires have been documented earlier. So we have implemented fire safety measures. This is a diagram showing the lux level requirements of our program, and we have provided emergency lightings in NCC rooms, which will be used in the time of disasters. Coming to the structural system, we have modified the cart-kuni style of architecture and provided the wooden beams at plinth, lintel, sill, and roof levels supported by stub columns. Our structure becomes a primarily beam structure which is flexible in nature and combats earthquakes. We ran several simulations to test if this structure is effective, and we observed a maximum deflection of 10 to 12 millimeters, which falls into safe range for earthquake resilience. Coming to solid waste management, the waste from the canteens and biodegradable waste undergoes composting, and single-use plastic is banned from the campus. We have made a building management guidelines which will help in smooth operation of the building, and the risk management plan will be used at the time of disasters, which will let the users know how to operate the building at the time of disasters.
Coming to our first innovation. Our innovation is a gravitational water vortex system. It is a small-scale hydroelectric generation system that generates power by harnessing the energy at every point in a vortex. This system is integrated with the 2 rainwater tanks in our site. This is done so that the water can remain circulating and maintain its health. Through this method, we have stored 25 kiloliters of water for use for 350 people for 2 days in case of emergency. We have integrated features such as a waterfall, a shrine, and a water stream, to improve the psychological well-being. Now, to explain the circulation occurring on our site, the rainwater is first collected through the collection systems such as the rooftop and the runoff, and is filtered and enters our second rainwater tank. From there, it is pumped up using solar pumps up to our first rainwater tank, through which it goes through gravity into underground pipes and comes into our waterfall feature, and then finally into our vortex system where it generates a small amount of energy. The water from there goes through our stream and through a rapid sand filter to finally end up in our second rainwater tank, completing the loop. The energy generated by the vortex is utilized to charge the batteries that are used to run the solar pumps and kickstart them before they can run on solar energy. Through this method, we keep our water circulating and achieve our aim of maintaining water health and to prevent the stagnation.
Coming to resilience, climate resilience. In climate resilience, we have used agroforestry that helps in providing shade as well as absorbing carbon dioxide, while the building is oriented in such a way that it maximizes natural ventilation but minimizes heat gain. Water resilience, in which we use RRR technique, that is recharge, reuse, and recycle. Through CCT and DCT, we recharge the water cycle, and through the water innovation, that is the use of our innovation, we reuse the water. Coming to earthquake resilience, we have Katkuni structure, which is through the wooden beams and stone masonry, it absorbs tremors, and also the low-rise structures having low center of mass helps in prevention of earthquake. Coming to flood and landslide resilience, the 4-layer stratification of agroforestry with native plants like Kharsu oak, Deodar cedar, and Himalayan birch help in soil prevention for landslides. And the retaining walls with weeping holes help in prevention of floods as they transport the water away from the structure. Talking about social resilience, we have a disaster shelter which caters to minimum of 1/4 of the population, that is 280 people in the site, where we provide food, water, and energy for them for 48 hours, after which they can be taken to community resilient shelters. Talking about the value proposition, we have done in such a way that each stakeholder benefits from our design. That is, for the project partner, it becomes a regional imageability which they can empower and make this as an replicable model to cater to other needs. While for the regional community, it becomes a space where they can empower themselves as the local architecture is reducing and RCC is taking up. So this, with the water supply scheme, that is our that is being told by my friends, that is, the grey water is treated and then supplied to the people, which helps in their water scarcity. While for the government, it becomes a sustainable hub from where they can do their research and develop on these ideas for a better future. While for the contractors and developers, it becomes a place where these people can get their livelihoods back as the construction, through the construction, while also on-site programs. Talking about our app, this is done in such a way that AR interactions and environment notifications come in such a way that through targeted space, you can get to know about each space. While board games and trivia-based challenges helps them understand and develop disaster awareness and mitigation, while assisted learning helps them understand their carbon footprint and how they can save energy, water, and reduce their waste.
Our design thus comprises community-centric architecture. It is not just user-friendly, sustainable, and experiential in nature, but it's rather disaster mitigant and provides as a shelter and provides for safety in crisis. Furthermore, it functions as a channel for community awareness as it educates and empowers individuals and thereby uplifts the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Solasta. You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah, now let's hear jury's comments. Oh, so sorry. There's one more. There are two mics. No.
Can you hear me? Yeah. No, better. So, good presentation and a very good attempt. I really like the way that you have used the local construction techniques and materials and tried to integrate it in your design and respected the site altogether. Couple of comments on it is that meandering pathway, which is I think for the vehicular traffic, and I think you're trying to make it flood proof and landslide proof with all that bunding, that is going to increase your capital costs. I think you need to think whether that's worth it. Are there any other ways around it? What's the slope of the site? Is that really required? Can you, I'm just, this is an observation. You can think about it. I'm not saying it's a do or die situation, but it's something that you must definitely think about. Also, I think this was also one of the comments, but I guess you have addressed that your building is slightly distributed. They are separate individual blocks, so you cannot have an integrated comfort system, which is kind of a ladder in the sense is when you integrate, you probably can get better efficiencies for the systems rather than smaller systems, which tend to be mostly more inefficient. So that is something that you might want to look at in the future. Regarding the water part of it, I see you are using some ultra treatment. If I recall, the calculations suggest that you can use all of the water on site, the recycled one, so you might not need to go for these more expensive ultra treatments. And it is also not clear how you're going to share it with the community. Like, why would the community buy water, and how would you, like, taps at the entrance gate? Like, what would be?
So basically, there is a lot of water scarcity in the region. So we thought, since we are able to provide water, we shall. So the way we are going to provide is we are going to provide piping from like the last rainwater tank and a collection system within the village is what we were thinking.
But that would add to your capital cost if you have to invest.
It is.
Okay.
That is why we are charging a modest amount for the water, so that over time the capital cost can be regained.
Okay. Two more comments. This system, and really good that you brought a working model of it here. But though you have not quantified the amount of electricity that would be generated, I don't remember it seeing that in the report. It seems to be small.
Yeah.
You know, does it justify the effort? That's my question. To have an innovation, it must be important that that innovation is scalable and it is used well. So that is something that you need to look at. It is an innovation, I'm not denying that. But if its effect is small and thus its usability is reduced, so that's something that you want to comment on that? Yeah.
So basically, the main goal with this system was to actually prevent stagnation. The energy generation is like a bonus to that, but the main goal is that the entire system prevents stagnation, because we are getting a lot of excess rainwater in our wet months that will not be utilized within those months. So it will keep circulating, and then we keep 25 kilolakh liters in like constantly, so that in case of an emergency, we have that water available for use. So the main goal is to promote water health, not to generate the electricity.
But that excess rainwater, since you're already thinking of supplying water to the river, the village, you can add it on to that supply system for the village and just let it by, instead of trying to. It will not stagnate, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
If you connect it to that whatever system that you plan for the villagers sharing water, then you don't need all of this.
I think the aim of keeping that water from stagnation was probably to compensate for the dry months, because wet months, everyone has a sufficient amount of water, like the water scarcity especially was, let's say in time of a disaster or when the community particularly needs it.
But then other sites, and a lot of sites are doing rainwater harvesting, you're saying that they're using stagnant water. The water keeps getting used, right?
No, like, we are not saying that. The thing is, our requirement during the wet months is way less than the amount of water that we are collecting. So that's what we are trying to keep the excess so that we can use it during the dry months.
Okay. Lastly, I don't know if you have addressed it or not, but is that though the roof assembly is good, I think it lacks in insulation and moisture. I don't know how you will manage it. If I remember the roof assembly correctly, there was some slate and then there was just rafters.
So for the roof assembly, we have the structural system of rafters and battens, and above that we have the slate shingles, and below the structural system we are providing the GI sheets and the insulation.
You are now adding, the insulation
It wasn't
there.
there. We corrected on the comments.
Good attempt.
Thank you.
Hi, lovely project, and congratulations on extremely complete sense of putting it together. Especially, I think one of the things, and this is I think a common thing, one of the very few projects that's trying to look at this whole problem of energy and net zero through the form, the development of the architectural form. And I think that's a first step. And because I personally believe that at least 70% of our problems can be solved with simply designing right. And then you add tech to it to make it take it to the next level. So in that sense, this is a project that's pretty much in that direction. And there's the way you put it together, especially in the hill areas, you normally want to separate buildings because you don't want high rises, or you don't want, and when there is some earthquake, which is quite regular, there should be space around to quickly evacuate, and you don't have a crowd. So you kind of, in that sense, and the Katkuni systems that you've taken into, I wish you'd explained a little more about the wall panels, which you said it's some kind of modular. What exactly is the wall module? You want to talk about that?
So the wall assemblies, basically, firstly, we have utilized SEB blocks that we will make on site using the excess earth. So they are interlocking. So again, we do not require mortar. Then we have hemp panels that they are acquired through the neighboring this thing. And then finally, we have a mountain stone on the exterior, which is also rubble masonry. So the entire thing is a dry masonry assembly, because it is useful in case of an earthquake. And also this is the method that is done for Katkuni construction. So we do not have any mortar or anything to hold this together. It is a completely dry masonry assembly.
Yeah, so that's a good thing. In fact, I'm glad that you've thought it through to that point, all the way down to the masonry. The other important thing that I felt is the I mean, this discussion about water, that if you actually just cover water, it can stay for years. The reason that I mean, I don't know why, you can simply cover it. You don't need to kind of recirculate it. But if it was gray water or the black water, if you circulate it like this and aerate it, if you call it a process of aeration, then gray water can become better over time. But rainwater, if you just close the tank, and there's no sunlight, there's no life. And if there's no life, water can be water forever. So I think figure this out as to, it's an interesting idea, but figure it out. Unless they do actually in these areas, they run chuckies, the wheat flour machine, small, where the small waterfall will be there, and they'll generate power and run a chucky, and that's where they grind the wheat, and that's quite common actually in the hills. So maybe not Solon, but little above, it's definitely common where there is water going through. And I think the plan delineation, I think, was your really strong point. Because of the plan delineation, because you had to go along with contour, and the slopes of the north and the south are not I mean, the south is not perfect to your slopes naturally, which is fine. So have you countered for the loss of efficiency because it's not a perfect south for the solar panel? Because there will be a loss of efficiency if it's perfect south, a certain degree, there is a certain numbers that are already given. But when it is, so what is that efficiency loss that you get, whether you counted it? It's nothing negative here, but I think these are small things that one needs to, when you're making your calculations. So if you've done it, great. Otherwise also it's all right. But just you also talked of, I wish you also put in how this, in the value proposition, we're talking about skilling. And I think you must actually put that as an important aspect, because you've taken all this building is basically hand built, which is, I think, another very important thing, that you can actually build this through local masons and craftsmen. And so this building is actually going to come up, which is, I think, is the biggest. One of the other advantages of making smaller buildings is that sometimes you build that much, you don't have money, you phase and you phase and you phase. So there are those kind of advantages. So I think it's a lovely project in many areas, and I think you've taken it through very consistently. And you've looked at the comments. I think that's the other thing that I must really appreciate. You have looked at, you're one of the other groups, this other group also looked at it. You also looked at your comments that you've been given, and you reworked some things and inputted that in the project. So which is a good thing, that you've been following the leads that are being given to you. So good job.
Thank you, jury members. Thank you, Team Solasta. So now let's take 2 minutes and get ready for the next presentation. Okay. Our sixth and final presentation is from Team Vasudha. They have worked on Adyasha School at Tishti BK Village in Nagpur district. Okay. Please come on stage, team. I'll explain the rules once. You will have 20 minutes to present your work to the jury. At 15 minutes, a bell will be rung. Okay. You won't have 21st minute, and I'll ask you to stop and end your presentation at 20th. After that, 10 minutes for Q&A session with the jury members. All ready? Yeah. Okay. All the best, and your time starts now.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is Kartikeya Kathar, leading Team Vasudha. On the stage with me, I have Abubakar, Deval, and Vaishnavi.
2020 was a difficult year for everyone. The students were not going to school, especially the areas which were not digitalized for education were hit hard. Now, one such area was Tishti, because there was no digital access for education, and the project partner has suffered from this. Our project partner is the Anand Eshar Charitable Trust, who has been helping needy students since 1979. And we have collaborated with Anand Eshar Trust to help him achieve the goals with a touch of sustainability. Now we are a multidisciplinary team of 15 students from Department of Architecture, Mechanical Engineering, Electrical, and Civil Engineering. Let me present to you the first hope of the students at Adyasha School. Now our school is in the village Tishti, which is located 60 kilometers from Nagpur, and it has a population of 2,000 people. Now, on our pre-design analysis, we found out that there is no stable energy source for the village. Thus, we are expecting frequent power cuts throughout the operational months. Also, there are factories present around the site, which increases the risk of hazardous emissions.
Our site, with an area of 30,200 square meter, lies within a composite climate zone. The operational hours of the school are 8 hours from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. These are the various passive design strategies which we have incorporated in our design. Coming to the area program is divided on based of typologies and HVAC provision, which is in the total built-off area is of 5,065.96 square meter, having a playground area and parking area separately. Coming to the architectural design, the design focuses on the child-centric design. The design prioritizes user needs, flexibility, and performance. Coming to the site, basically our site is divided in 3 parts: the parking zone, the built-up, and the 40% area of our site is dedicated to the playground as per the CBSE norms. Talking about the concepts, the first concept is of the transition of village students to the CBSE Institute, then the green wall, sustainable reuse, and cross ventilation. The design process focused on the zoning based on user group based circulation, and the massing on the sun path, as we have placed our auditorium on the south side to block the sun rays of the sun from the southern side, and on the classroom placement is on the north to get the maximum of uniform daylight. The design ideation is focused on some of the parts like the open air theater, which is connected to the assembly space. Also the shaded entrance assembly space we have given, the courtyard area around staircase in the classroom block, and the playful corridors. Talking about the landscaping, the 7-acre site has been landscaped with the vegetation includes neem, ashoka, sevan, sag, and other evergreen trees, with the carbon sequestration by planting plan is 432.33 kilograms. The master plan shows the percentage distributions of area, including various areas such as sport grounds, multipurpose bamboo pavilion, landscaping, kitchen garden, interactive spaces, play area and landscaping, and also the sensory gardens. Coming to the floor plans, we have entry to our site from the southwest direction and the areas like primary and secondary classroom block on the northern side, then the preschool on the east side, then we have an auditorium at an entrance which is easily accessible for the villagers also. Then the admin area is on the ground floor. Then the indoor sports complex which is directly connected to the playground. Then on the first floor, we have a cultural block, including arts and crafts, student interaction centers, and music and dance. And also laboratories block includes the computer lab on the first floor. Then the sections representing a few areas like the assembly space, classroom blocks, and the entry to the playground from the school. Talking about the provision of openable vents, which we have given below the window, which helps in circulate cool air coming from the shade spaces between the classroom with the help of pressurization mechanism. The pergolas are provided for the shading the corridors, also facilitate the water collections, and the verandas are provided based on the user-centric design. This is the interactive and innovative classroom space we have designed. Then the image showing the central courtyard space between the classroom block and the biophilic library and our community shelter, which can also be accessible for the village activities.
Now moving towards the energy performance, we have achieved an EPI of 21.8 kilowatt hour per square meter per year using the strategies as mentioned in the slide. Now in this slide we can see the iterations in the form with the help of solar radiation and the shadow analysis. Now moving toward the passive design strategies, we have incorporated green roof above the classroom block to maintain the comfort levels by reducing the solar heat gain on the roof, and also the courtyard within the classroom block helps in the stack effect. Now these are the selected roof assembly which contains a pillar slab along with the U value of 0.33 watt per square meter Kelvin, and the selected wall assembly have an fly ash brick with a cellulose insulation with an assembly having an U value of 0.34 watt square meter Kelvin, and this is the selected window assembly with a bamboo framing along with the double glazed panels. And in the HVAC, in these images we can see the green areas are the conditioned spaces and the gray areas are the naturally ventilated spaces. Now moving towards the load calculations, we can see there is a significant reduction in from the base case to proposed case, 65 in cooling load, 42% in equipment load, and 73% in lighting load. As Nagpur has a great potential for harnessing solar energy, there is a provision of 650 panels which helps in the generation of 2.6 lakh kilowatt hour per year energy. Now moving towards the water performance, in this table we can see the annual water calculations which have been done, and with using the different kind of strategies like water efficient fixtures, low flow faucets, and pressure regulators, there is a significant reduction in the water use by the 60%. And along with the design of landscape, water efficiency landscape use of the native plants along with rain gardens, bioswales have helped in reducing irrigation water use by 41.17%. Now moving towards, in this pie chart we can see the water required for the various activities. The water balance chart shows the quantity required for the rainwater harvested, freshwater demand and filter grey water. Now in the water management diagram we can see where the water is sourced from, how it will be stored, where it will be consumed, and how it will be treated. In water flow chart we can see the location of tanks, their connections, and the location of bioswales. Now in eco-toilets there is a use of eco-toilets to reduce the use of water, which also helps in reducing the black water generation. The various treatments of root zone water treatment have been used, like root zone treatment, which helps in reusing the 70% of water in activities like toilet flushing and irrigation. And water recharge method like permeable tiles along with the bioswales have been used to concentrate and convey stormwater runoff while removing debris and pollution. So bioswales and rain garden are similar, but bioswales are used to concentrate large amount of water runoff.
Moving further with the engineering and operations, our target was to achieve a 20% reduction in greenhouse gas emission, utilization of local construction materials to so as to enhance the construction techniques. The structure is compiled to IS 456 for RCC design, IS 800 for steel design, IS 1875 for the load calculations. Expansion joints for dissipating the thermal stresses. This is the wall assembly and the bamboo reinforcement which was utilized further for the pavilion section and the pre-primary school area. This aspects demonstrates the sustainable and innovative concept of the design. These are the structural details of different structural members. Partnering with Ambiator as our HVAC system, enabling us to utilize the evaporative cooling method of cooling. These are the different conditioned and unconditioned spaces detail. Ambiator with a 5 TR capacity enabled us to maintain a 26 degrees centigrade interior temperature when the exterior temperature was about 40 degrees centigrade.
Talking about the embodied carbon emissions are reduced to 40.9% by using materials like red brick with 70% fly ash content, also the bamboo for shading and window grill frames, then the filler slab, rammed earth walls, and bamboo reinforcement. Material procurements are within of the 50 kilometers, which are reducing the transportation carbon emissions. These are the total grand emission per functional unit is 795.5 kg CO2. Then from the emissions from each systems are as 37.63% reduction from the floor, 47.3% from the roof, 92% from the wall, 86.4% from the fenestration, 36.4% from the structures. Then talking about the operational carbon emissions are 72.5 ton CO2 equivalent per year. By using these assemblies, and the bamboo reinforcement columns were proposed in pre-primary block, further enhancing sustainability efforts. Also, the use of sugarcane biomass ash as a binder reduced environmental impact.
Now, moving toward resilience, we have ensuring the resilience with the help of natural disasters, along with the building performance and the continuation of the services. In the risk management plan, we have identifying the risk, assessing their depths, and implementing the strategies. Now moving towards the natural disaster calamities. So considering the heat, so we have implemented strategies like energy efficient HVAC system, shading devices, along with the wall insulation. Additional measures like green roof, courtyard, and eco-chill have been used. Now for drought condition, for future drought condition, as I mentioned in water, the bioswales and etc. will help, and it will also reduce the risk for the flood. Now moving toward the earthquake, as the site is not a earthquake-prone zone, but we have considered its resilience by providing expansion joints. Now moving towards the disruption to the services, we have added 2 battery backups, which 1000 kilowatt hour per each, which can sustain uninterrupted to 48 hours. And as we had an excess generated electricity on the site, which can be used to give back to the grid and also the locals, which is a microgrid system. And in building performance, we have waste management with the help of phytoremediation process and the vermicompost process. And the air quality has been taken care of by installing our innovation, the Eco-chill.
Thinking about the innovation, what we were struck by was we could solve the issues of the present, but what about the issues of the tomorrow? Now imagine 25 years down the lane, the pollution levels around the site have escalated, and the heat waves are random because of global warming. Now in this situation, to give a comfortable study climate, a comfortable study context is very far-fetched vision. So what we did was, keeping in mind the bigger problem, we tried to find the solution in a small and a controlled environment, which is what we call the extended classroom spaces. Now, what are these extended classroom spaces? Extended classroom spaces are spaces adjacent to every classroom which promote outdoor learning. It is not just us it is not just us who is focusing on outdoor learning, but it is also the NEP and hundreds of papers who focus on outdoor learning. Now, this outdoor learning system is also accompanied, outdoor learning space is also accompanied by a system called EcoChill. Now, EcoChill can be best understood by 3 C's. Now, the C is cool, clean, and comfort. Now, the cool aspect of it was taken from a recent inspiration by Ant Studio, and we found that the evaporative cooling was very viable, sustainable method, and we took the inspiration and thought of developing it and to make it more so that it is in line with our interpretation. Now, what was our interpretation on our site? Now, we had steel corrugated sheets being used as roofing material already on the site, so we used these steel corrugated sheets as the framing structures. Now, the pots are not the typical pots because the pots are composed of 30% activated charcoal. Now, as we know, the activated charcoal is very good filtration material. It has the ability to capture harmful toxins such as heavy metals and sulfur oxides. This entire system is also easy to maintain. Now, how is it easy to maintain? The individual pots are placed in the steel punctures, and it is not that to replace a single pot, the entire assembly must not be taken down. Also, keeping in mind that welding might increase the embodied carbon, releasing the carbon in the air, we have restricted ourselves to using stud bolts and clamps for 90 degree angles. Now, the entire working of the system is based on the drip irrigation type of process. The planters and the pots are cooled from the top, and the entire system runs on water. And once the water flows down, it goes to the water tank. We did not think of taking it back and recycling it up to the overhead tank. Now, health and well-being, it is very restrictive for us to think in the health aspect as just being the physical health. So we also focused on the mental, emotional, and the social health. Looking at the right diagram, we can see that the extended classroom area helps in cooling down not only the space but also the classrooms. Now, also you can see the stack effect in action. Now, these multiple simulations give us the conclusion that the wind to wall ratio at 25% is optimal. The view analysis, although it is on the higher scale, 80%, gives us a visual connection to the nature, and the CFD gives us the value of 0.23 meter per second air at a temperature of 20 degrees.
Our goal was to reduce the capital expenses by 5% and the operational expenses by 50%. By using the CapEx strategies, we successfully reduced the expenses by 12% by using the lime-based plasters and redox flooring and etc. The OpEx strategies, by using these OpEx strategies, we reduced the expenses by 57%. Further, the total project construction cost was around 14.92 CR, costing us about 29.5K per meter square. The reduced 28% structural cost enabled us to utilize it further for the equipmental cost. As the OpEx reduction was about 57%, a net of around 106 million rupees were can be saved in the span of 25 years. These are the detailed cost estimations.
The school provides a holistic educational experience that nurtures young minds and the environment and the community. We prioritized communal learning with spaces that encourage collaboration and exploration. Our 7-acre campus is designed to blend in with the rural setting, features central courtyard, trees on the southern facade, bioswales, and kitchen gardens, etc. On-site organic food production using compost teaches students sustainable practices and ensures nutritious meals, reducing carbon footprint. To enhance accessibility, we offer free transport with electric vehicles and provide free quality education to underprivileged children, thereby also improving job opportunities. This school embodies our commitment to environmental consciousness, community engagement, and empowerment, creating an educational expression that benefits students and the environment alike. The entire construction can be completed in 1 year. Now, throughout the journey, we have delved into all the 10 contests. Thus, we can successfully say the contests are all checked.
Thank you, team. That was an insightful presentation. Good job done. Okay, now let's hear jury comments. Surya.
Yeah, hi. Congratulations and good effort put in. All this is good to see that you've gone a bit ahead and made a model, because I think making a model takes you closer to beginning to realize what it takes to actually build really. One of the questions I have really is that, I think you've got really wonderful stated goals and visions across the board. And one of the best things in that is bamboo. But somehow, somewhere, it seemed to be, you put it as an idea still. So if you're looking at bamboo, then there is so much work that has happened in bamboo. Would it have been great if you could have taken bamboo ahead in terms of the way you drew, the way you detailed, the way you do drawings, the structuring of it, versus just a fancy pergola? And since you already got into it, and you actually are from a region, this place is in a region where there's central India, a lot of bamboo. There are people who are actually working a lot in bamboo in Nagpur itself. So that somehow it remains, and like that, many things like so many things you talked about seem to remain as ideas. So I think to me that is important, that if you have these ideas, how do you put it across in terms of how are they detailed, how are they built? Because one is expressing it, the other is an ability to put it together. For example, if you're having a horizontal slab here, we don't know what is this slab. Is it going to be concrete? Is it, we're not talking of that horizontal. We're always talking of other materials, but we're not talking of the slab. Is it concrete? Is it going to be covered? Because there's green on it. So is it going to be covered with earth? Then how is that going to help you in reducing your thermal gain? So because you have all those possibilities. So you should have expressed that a little more strongly. That's my larger comment.
Okay.
Yeah? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Good effort. And I'm very glad that you tried to look at the comments that we had made and try to address it. I'll pick up from where Mr. Kakani was mentioning about the use of bamboo.
Yes.
DGU in a bamboo, it could be problematic unless you're processing the bamboo. If you're using it in raw form, you will get gaps in the frame. So have you thought about that?
Yes, ma'am. Like for outdoor bamboo, we can use, there are two types of curing methods which can be used for bamboo, like to treat the bamboo. So if it's an outdoor, borax boric acid can be used. And if we are going to use bamboo inside, which is not that much exposed, then the copper chrome arsenic chemical is there which can be used to cure.
Will it help you close the gap between the glass, the window pane, the glazing pane and the frame? That's what I'm thinking.
Ma'am, we can add a sealant like which can be between the both if it's not fitting that much. Because it's a double pane glass plus argon gas will be inside the double glazed glass.
Maybe next year you should apply in the product division and see how that assembly works. I'm just suggesting that it is something that you should look at. Now the roof, if I look at all the layers of insulation, then there's this inverted earth pots and there's insulation, and it seems to be an overkill to me. Sustainability doesn't mean that you take everything to the zenith, and it has to be rationalized. Out in the world, nobody's going to bear the cost of everything. So you have to be really careful on what you're proposing, as it, if it is justified or not. That's something that you have to be careful. The microgrid system that you're proposing, again, I think teams should be careful before they propose such systems in their projects. Microgrids is who's going to bear the cost of it? Are your surrounding, are your neighbors willing to participate in that? That is out in the open. So I think that should be left aside, microgrid systems and all. Rather, probably you should bank on being able to exchange additional power generated on the site with the grid itself. So, I mean, just be a little careful around microgrids. They're not that easy, otherwise everyone would have been doing microgrids by now. In the design part, I think you had mentioned in the report a lot of stack effect and style. The proportions of this building are probably, it's a low height building all across. So that probably is not going to help you much in terms of a stack effect of ventilation. And also this thing that you have worked on, eco-chill, you're calling it.
Yes.
Generally using water is tricky. Believe me. I mean, Mr. Kakani would also be using water in a building for anything. Water is a very tricky material to work with. You have to think about your structure getting wet and what would be the impact of it. Now, the way you have used it is, it seems they are all open spaces, right? So, for example, let's look at this particular corner that I am able to see from here. It is essentially an open space that you're cooling, right? Had you just put a jali there, you don't have to bring it closer to it, any of us. Had you just used the jali here, a terracotta jali or something, and probably modeled it, I'm quite sure that you will get the same kind of cooling.
Okay. But because it was not just we wanted that cooling aspect, we also wanted the clean aspect, the comfort aspect also. It was a mix of the three, which we are focusing on. So
what do you mean by clean? What is
clean?
clean?
Was the clean air, because the narrative was
that is the charcoal.
The charcoal embedded in
the water.
The pots. It's like the composition of pots while making. It's generally 80% of clay with the 20% sand and the other adjoint mixtures. But what we presented was adding 30% would reduce it drastically. And it's not that it is not like physically possible. It is possible. It is durable. But the 30% is where we drew the line for using activated charcoal. And then when the air passes through it,
and the water
pockets.
You're running water through those pots or something like that.
Yes, the water starts from the top of the system, and the pots also with the planters they are alternating.
So you're basically constantly cooling the pots.
Constantly cooling the pots.
So that's what I'm saying. If you had to use that water, it should have been at least a semi-enclosed space.
Right. Okay.
That is when you would get the maximum benefits, instead of what right now looks like an open space. Exactly. You have a tree there as per your model in that courtyard. Let's call it a courtyard. Now that tree is going to give you shade, so it's going to give you cooling. Your cooling has been managed in this courtyard. What I'm trying to suggest is that working with water is tricky. And you go to any place, which is using water, they simply just mostly use it as a channel or a stream running. Go to any tree, or they use it as a waterfall, and that's it. Okay, they don't play around with it too much. Secondly, if you are to use it, it's best to use it at least in a semi-enclosed space, because the purpose that you were seeking, at least of water cooling it further, has been accomplished by those trees and all. So that's it's just about how to use your design very rationally. Okay, but otherwise a good attempt.
I mean, now that I'm looking at the model and we're talking about that, also orientations. Normally in architecture we always talk about orientations, right? What happens in all these classes? Each of these classes has a different Or it
receiving
is-
angle, yes, sir. It's
so
different.
your sun shading will differ, your size of openings could differ.
Yes, sir.
All of that will change, which would make it far more complex in terms of each
This
room
window
being,
size and the
each room
opening
being
size.
sized accordingly.
It is.
Window size has been different according to the window ratio and the direction, because the orientation is not completely north. It's northeast, northwest, and the north. So according to the direction,
We have difference in openings, but the average is 25% window to wall ratio.
Yeah, but then you'd also be increasing the amount of quantum of light in each room accordingly, because you may actually be shading it. You may actually be saving it from direct light,
Yes.
but you will actually increase the quantum of light in the room, because in this much distance, the quantum of light is, the sun is not going to change. You may be able to shade it a bit, but I doubt if you will be able to really cut off the heat.
Okay. Yes, sir.
And the light, actually more important. But I think the larger thing is this chemistry of materials that we are talking of, no, where you're saying carbon, you'll fuse it with clay, and you let the
Yes.
water flow through charcoal, and you let the water flow through. Have you tried it? Have you at least made an attempt to make one little, take some carbon, take some earth, make one pot? Have you tried making one pot with a potter? I mean, you don't make it, get it made with a potter. Check what happens, and do these materials make... I think the point is not the idea. The idea is great, but I think it's important to test it out. Otherwise, because all of these are, we know what is good in charcoal, we know what is good in mud or earth or clay for that matter, terracotta, and we can't just simply put them all together and imagine that uska bhi acha aayega, iska bhi acha aayega. Maybe in dono ka chemistry nahi jamega. We don't know. I'm just saying, and if this idea is beginning, then you must just take it to a potter. What does it take? Take it to a potter, make a pot, and check it out.
The charcoal infused, not the activated charcoal. There are pots available in market, but these are generally used for flower vases, and they add charcoal or such elements to give color. That was the basic purpose. Now, I don't know the composition what they were using. It was just available on the internet. Then we looked into it. Okay, these are available products, but the composition, like I got your point. We need to not keep the idea as the idea. We need to implement it and check for the practicality.
And I
Yes,
think IS codes. There is IS codes in bamboo.
Yes, sir.
You didn't mention that. You just mentioned. I mean, the other two. Did you mention? No, in the sense, then did you check it out and understand what it says? And
in our college, we have a there was a workshop before coming here 1 month.
There was a hands-on workshop which happened in our college, so in which our bamboo professor helped us to know all of the process. Though we have not made a model, but we know the process, like how it can be constructed along. So that much we have studied.
yeah, so when it is being used as a structural element, as to what loads it can take, and so the kind of, I wish there was a good plan which showed us actually what columns and what is the spans,
Yes,
what
sir.
is the beam, because I think it's a great idea again.
Yes, sir.
But it should have
Implement,
just
model.
taken it forward. There are two things which are very important in this case, which is the bamboo and which is the idea of this cooling idea, which, as has already been mentioned by Aarti, that whether it should have been done on the courtyard or on the facade of the classroom.
Yes,
So that is it's like a jali, no? So you have a jali, then you have a space, and then the classroom. So if the air is coming through that jali, it's coming. So you get light in the window, but you get the breeze through the jali, through this particularly designed jali.
Yes.
So it's that combination that I think, yeah. But good effort. I mean, it's a great beginning here. So don't let it go.
Yes, sir.
Because I think this is an important understanding.
Yes, sir. We'll work on it. Yes.
Good job. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, team. Thank you, Surya, Aarti. So, folks, that was our last presentation in the Educational Building Division. Our esteemed jury panel has also shown immense dedication for assessing these entries. I want to thank the jury members for your thoughtful assessment and comments. They deserve a round of applause, everyone. Also, congratulations to all the finalists. As the jury coordinator for this division, I have had the opportunity to see the teams submit their presentations, their deliverables, and I must say, they have done some incredible work. Let us not forget that these teams have discovered a way to collaborate and do the integrated design during the last 9 months. I think that itself deserves a round of applause. So this evening, the jury members will meet and they'll decide on the finalists, that is the winners and the runner-up teams. So now, who will it be? While we wait in anticipation, don't forget to head to our YouTube channel to vote for your favorite movie. So now we have extended the deadline till today, 5 p.m. We have an exhibition called the Climate Smart Innovation Exhibition, where you get to see innovative building products from the industry that addresses climate change. This exhibition is now open for you all. Please proceed to the multiplex zone, which is, you can just walk 5 minutes from here. And for people, all those who are online, please stay tuned to our channel at 6 p.m. Please watch the 10 exhibitors pitch their products in a bid to win the Climate Smart Innovation Award. Until then, have a great evening. Thank you.